Chat is already popping off. Ready to go on a Sunday for another voyage. Whatever you do, don't say Beetlejuice, don't say it! I guess it's time to get this show on the road. Ahoy, and welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel, live on YouTube, X, and Rumble. And you are here because we are going to discuss films. We are going to discuss things nerds are interested in, such as comic books and video games and worlds beyond the stars and worlds long gone. We love a little bit of nostalgia on this channel, and we have that in Beetlejuice Beetlejuice. Don't say it 3 times. I have thoughts about this film. You've got to hear them. So we're going to talk about that, and by the way, featuring 2 professionals. Folks, 2 professionals, stars Winona Ryder and Jenna Ortega. There's some interesting stories about them in the news, and you know, on this channel, we love to celebrate the good things. Hell, we've earned it. We've earned it. All the dreck we've sat through. We've earned a little celebration of not only good films, but great professionals in their craft. Who know? And interestingly enough, the film Beetlejuice kind of is a comment. Both films, actually, the first and the second, are very much commentaries, I would say, on the very concept of like professionals in the arts and maintaining a professional distance between the art and the artist. So we'll talk about that. We'll shout them out because they deserve it. And there's, you know, the usual stuff. Rings of Power continues to burn. I haven't recorded my reaction yet to Rings of Power Season 4. I don't know why I say it like that. But I don't know. I just heard it somewhere. Anyway, I haven't done my reaction video yet, so I have not seen it, which frankly is kind of like just, you know, a reprieve. A reprieve. So that continues to burn. I did finish Terminator Zero, and my thoughts about it have modified slightly. Slightly. We will talk about that as well. The Arcane Season 2 trailer is dropped. I want to watch it with you. And did you hear that Minecraft apparently is going to be a movie? Now, as I understand it, I'm not well versed in what the kids like these days, but all I know is that Minecraft is about building. It's about building things. It's about a free open world, creating whatever you want, as big as you want, with no limits, and that doesn't really need to be a story. But we have to IP mine Minecraft. So we get this trailer, and apparently it's a pile of trash. That's what I've heard. I haven't seen the trailer. I'm saving it for you, my dear sailors and starnuts. We're going to watch it together, and I will be the judge. The captain will be the judge of whether this trailer is trash or not, because if you're here, it's because you're on the cutting edge of film, fantasy, book, comic, entertainment. I'm still a work in progress, folks. Don't hold it against me. Who's in the chat? Why, it is so many people in the chat. Right off the bat, we have a $4.20 super chat. Before the captain was even on screen, a $4.20 from Wrangler. Thank you, Wrangler. A.K.A. Frequency Studios. I salute you, sir. I salute you. And who else do we have in the chat? Skunk's Workshop says, I'll be at work listening today. Can't wait. Well, thank you, Skunk's Workshop. I shall endeavor all the more passionately to deliver an exceptional show for you, my dear Skunks. Joseph Ricci says, hello, Captain. Permission to come aboard? Permission granted, sir. Permission granted. Joseph Ricci says, not interested in Beetlejuice or Minecraft or Rings. My apologies. Well, permission to disembark? No, I'm just kidding. Now, stay, Joseph. Well, listen, you may not be interested in those films, Joseph, and that's fair enough. But I suspect you'll be interested in what I think about it, which is why you should stay. Because, listen, it's at least look. There's actually a lot of things that I'm not interested at all in. Like for example, NFL. But I do sometimes enjoy hearing people talk about it, such as Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet. And I kind of enjoy hearing him talk about it and get angry at people for their opinions about it, you know. So you never know. Maybe you'll hear something you like. Wrangler says, hi, Skunks and Joseph. Lots of love in the chat. Wrangler says, I will say Beetlejuice 3 times right after I say Candyman 3 times, then break out the popcorn and watch them battle. That'd be fun. That would be fun. I have to say, that first Beetlejuice film I watched it again in preparation for seeing the second film. And there's a lot of curiosity about this, because I'm always curious whether a sequel this far removed can work. Like, is this going to be the Top Gun Maverick of Beetlejuice? Slight spoiler, it's not. But, doesn't mean it's bad. We'll get to that. But in watching that first film again, there's 2 things about it that remain absolutely true since the first time I saw it. What an odd film. What a weird story. Who comes up with a story like this? I'm like, I watch it, I'm just like, how do you come up with all of it? It's like, even that's a level of creativity. It's just getting, see, I go for stories that are, I guess, in comparison, quite vanilla, you know? I like the classic Golden Fleece story with traditional adventure archetypes and so forth. So I could never conceive of a story like Beetlejuice. I just couldn't. But that being said, it's pretty marvelous for exactly that reason. And the second thing that occurs to me about Beetlejuice, what was the second? Mr. Producer, what was my second thought about it? It'll come to me. What an odd film. Oh, and also, that's what it was. Thank you, Miss. Yes, I know. Yeah, sweat equity. We'll discuss pay later. Anyway, so Mr. Producer is arguing over what are his duties and what aren't. I'm sorry you had to see that, folks. I just find it a incredibly engrossing movie. I start watching Beetlejuice and I can never stop watching it. It's the weirdest thing. It'll come up on my feed. I'm like, well, I don't want to watch that. And for whatever reason, I'll watch it thinking I'm only going to, like, just as a reminder of what it was, watch it for 5 minutes. And suddenly I'm watching the whole damn movie again. And I'm like, why is it that interesting? Why is it that interesting? Well, I've analyzed this. And I'm going to give you my thoughts. What else is in the chat? Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Ahoy, Anthony, and welcome aboard. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Says, hail. Hail to the captain, hail to the chat. Hello, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard. He says, I just made my reservations for meetup next month, 4 days in San Antonio. Let me know. Is that what Jeremy at D-Day Cobra and the boys are all talking about? Is that, because honest to God, they keep saying, so excited for the meetup on all their streams. And I'm like, what meetup? I know where it is because they said it's in San Antonio, but I don't know when, and I don't know the details, and I've been looking around for it. So fill me in. Is it SpaceCon? Because if it's SpaceCon, I think I can make that happen. I think I can make that happen, and I would like to. So stay tuned. This could be an opportunity for you to meet your dear captain in the flesh, which is a weird way to put it. So let's move on. Wrangler says, what's up, Foo? Anthony says, Minecraft, Jason Momoa, and Jack Black plus blah crap trailer. Oh, I can't wait. I haven't seen it. Anthony. I'm excited. What if I disagree? What if I watch this trailer and I think, that's not possible, really. It's just not possible. Because it's a dumb idea. We're going to make a movie about Minecraft. Dumb idea, dude. Like, no. It's Minecraft. Some things are just meant to be what they are. It's what makes us human. It's what makes us what we are. Some things are just meant to be what they are. Whatever. We have to IP. We literally have to IP mine Minecraft. How incestuous. Fu Man Blue says, I for the fellowship. Most everyone will be there. October 23rd. Ricky Bobby's Space Gone. Oh, so you mean SpaceCon. 25th to 27th. Meetup 23rd. Thank you. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. I'll be there. I'll be there. So, yes, stay in touch on the Discord. Link is in the description. You can meet your dear captain in San Antonio this next month. You're taking your GoPro, says Fu Man Blue, and filming the experience. Well, awesome. Awesome. That sounds like a hell of a lot of fun. And you know what you'll find out about your dear captain when he's off camera? I'm exactly the same person. I will bend your ear about this shit, whether it's over a camera or whether it's in person. I literally, my coworkers, well, actually, my coworkers love me. That they do. They're like, you tell really good stories. I'm like, well, that's a relief to hear, since I am moonlighting as a novelist. So, all right. What? Where shall we go first? Let's just jump right into Beetlejuice. Okay. So if you know that I'm not like a Beetlejuice super fan. Like, there were people at the theater that dude, these theaters were packed, like packed. In fact, Mr. Producer, if you wouldn't mind, yes, that's it. I already have it pulled up. I did half your job for you, Mr. Producer. There it is. Right here. From The Hollywood Reporter, Beetlejuice scares up near record $110 million domestic opening. My computer does not like it when I share screen. It like wants to crash on me every time. But yeah, so $110 million domestic opening, and I heard it's like it's something like one of the best September openings ever. So it's absolutely crushing it, and I can verify that those theaters were packed. So there are super fans, like dressed up for this and everything, like super fans. Try this headline. Oh crap! Did I just close it, Mr. Producer? I did, didn't I? All right, close that window. There we go. Hang on. Let me pull up. I closed the wrong one. There it is. This is the Rotten Tomatoes score on this film. Right here. This is the latest screen grab I have. 82% audience score, 76% critic score. I probably am a little closer to the critic score on this one, I would probably say. But it's being very well received, and it's a crowd pleaser. I would say that my first impression of this film is it's definitely fan service. We talked a lot about last week originality. The pursuit, whether you're a reader, audience member, listener, or a writer, director, artist of any kind, what we all share, I would hope, is the pursuit, if not the achievement or attainment, but the pursuit of originality. And the problem that we face as audience members in modern Hollywood is really IP mining. Just everything is IP mining. Prequels, sequels, requels, inter-equals. Jesus, basequels. I don't even know how many things there are. And they're all rehashes. And it's like Alien Romulus, for example. It was like that was on its way to being just such a great movie for about 30 to 40 minutes of the film. And then it was a slow descent into corporate IP mining hell. Just trash by the end. I literally was shouting at the movie by the end of Alien Romulus. I could not believe it when Andy says to an alien, "Get away from her, bitch." I'm like, what? What? That has no connection to your character at all. You're just saying that because Ripley said it. But when Ripley said it, it's one of the greatest lines I've ever heard, ever, because of the amazing emotional payoff. Oh, I'm getting myself angry about Alien Romulus all over again. But this is the problem, right? Everything. So when I go to see Beetlejuice, the very number one thing on my mind is it original? And I will say, for the most part, I believe the answer to that question is yes. There actually were a lot. I actually felt that Tim Burton did a great job directing this film. He didn't write it, but he did direct. He didn't write the first one either, but he did direct it. I think pretty with a lot of originality, given that the tools are so different. Because in the first film, one of the things that makes it a cult classic is, the stop animation of the sandworms and some of the wacky set design, which is all practical effects, right? All practical effects. Well, he made use of that in this second film to show you some things you've already seen, but some things you haven't seen. And I thought the ghost effects and the costumes and just the bananas nature of Tim Burton's world was all there. And some of it was greatest hits, and some of it was some things you haven't seen before. And I think they meshed well. And it was actually a lot of fun. I'd say this movie was kind of an amusement ride that was just a lot of fun. So I would actually be open to seeing it again. Like if someone was like, I want to see this. And I'm like, I've already seen it, but I'll go with you again. And a lot of that has to do with the performances were great. And I think Michael Keaton hasn't missed a step as this character. He's just great. His comedic timing is all there. He doesn't, a lot of these actors that are older and they're returning to a role, they seem like they've slowed down, like they've missed a step. Not Michael Keaton. He literally, he's like the same guy that was in the first film. So that was great. I think there was just not quite enough of him in the movie. Not quite enough of him in the movie. And this movie has a serious flaw that I think kept it from being a much like it's not going to be like Top Gun Maverick was to Top Gun. It just isn't going to be that. And I think this flaw is the reason why. However, it was very much fan service, and I will say this. This may surprise you. I think this is a fairly anti-woke film, quite honestly. Oh, you think the word woke. They love saying the word woke. Well, you know what? Too bad. Too bad. Find another channel if you don't like me using that word. Because it's fucking accurate. That's why I use it. This was a film about a mother and daughter who are estranged, finding their way back to each other. It was a film that was about falling in love. It was a film about losing the one you love. It was a film about roads not taken. It was a film about, what was like one of the other great themes about it? Oh yeah, losing one's parents. So there was a lot of emotional heart in the film, and it was specifically around the concept of family. This was a film that was very gathered around the concept of family, and a lot of the really funny punchlines, just like in keeping with the original film, were really skewering like modernist thought. I actually think that the first Beetlejuice film is a critique of modernism, postmodernism, because one of the main characters is let's see, what's her name? Literally, it was in my head. Was it Scarlett O'Hara? Never mind. I'm probably getting that wrong. Hang on a second. I had it bookmarked, but I'm not going to dig for it. I keep forgetting this. Catherine O'Hara. That's Scarlett O'Hara. Never mind. Catherine O'Hara's character of Delia is this postmodern artist. And what I like about her in the first film is that she is meant to be the seventh circle of hell to the Maitlands, played by Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis, right? And those characters, by the way, are written out of Beetlejuice in a way that makes sense. They're no longer haunting the house, and Winona Ryder's character of Lydia explains that in a line of dialogue, which at the time she says it, I was like, thank you for explaining that, because I was wondering. So thank you, film. Glad we could put that to rest. But so those characters are not in it, but a lot of the other characters are. So, but what's interesting is the Maitlands are very much about, they want to live a peaceful countryside life. They're very much about they're almost kind of Tolkienian characters. They like the land. They like they like old things. They like quiet, calm settings. They like nature. And also, by the way, Charles Dietz, Delia's husband, is the same way. He likes bird watching, and he likes more down to earth things, right? Whereas Delia is this New York postmodern loopy artist, and she transforms the entire this old beautiful house. She transforms it into this nightmare, right? Which is kind of the source of the conflict in the first film. Well, what I find interesting about that is it's a critique of, because Delia and her fashion designer Otho are, in the first film, are obsessed. They are obsessed with fashion, everything new, everything cutting edge in the fashion world, which blinds them to the literal presence of ghosts attempting to scare them. They're so brain dead. They're so lost in this obsession they have with the superficial that they can't see the spiritual that's right in front of them. I find that really interesting because it critiques the entire concept of postmodernism. I bet you didn't think you were in for a discussion of postmodernism, Joseph. That's right. You're on the cutting edge here. Now, the second film continues in this tradition because Delia remains... Actually, Delia is a great character. She's very likable in the second film. Her and Lydia have kind of grown closer over the years. They've come to understand each other a little better. The inciting incident of the film is Lydia's father, Charles, has passed away. And he's gone to the afterlife, and that's what sets the events in motion. So they're going back to the old house to do a funeral. And they're sort of dragging along Lydia's estranged daughter, Astrid, played by Jenna Ortega, who thinks her mother's wackadoodle. Her mother has a show. It's not clear whether it's online or on TV, which was a bit of a miss for this movie. They should have implied she's a big YouTuber. Twister's got that right with the character that's the storm chaser. Anyway. So the problem is that Lydia remains a very odd goth kind of person, even in her older years. But her daughter is not. Her daughter is kind of normal and clean cut, typical for her age, and she thinks her mother is crazy. And that explains, so they're kind of drifted apart over the years. But she's dragged along to this funeral, which then turns into this kind of rushed marriage between Lydia and this fiancé that she's not quite sure she wants to marry. And in the middle of and then there's some things going wrong in Beetlejuice land. And then Beetlejuice hatches a scheme to get married to Lydia. It's kind of his last chance. You see where some of the problems of the film start to creep in. It's a bit cluttered. The script is definitely a bit cluttered here. But what I will say works well is that Lydia and her daughter... Lydia is the protagonist of the story, which I think was a smart choice. And the secondary protagonist, or deuteragonist, if you prefer, is Jenna Ortega's Astrid. And it's really their story. And it's about how the loss of Astrid's grandfather and Lydia's father, respectively, has sort of brought them back together and forced them to face kind of their conflicts. And then some things happen which lead to Jenna's soul Astrid's soul being damned. And Lydia has to summon Beetlejuice to get her back. Which isn't a bad catalyst for the events of the film, except that the problem is there's about 3 different catalysts in the film. And that's not a great... It's not a great dynamic because it in other words, this is actually a better setup for a TV series. I actually think this was a better setup for a TV series because you literally had multiple plot threads that were starting to compete with each other for attention in the film, and I think it dragged it down quite a bit. But that being said, the film was very much focused on, Astrid as a teenager going through teenage angst. She meets a boy in town she starts to fall in love with. There's an actual kiss. They don't do the stupid head touch thing. There's literally a young love romance between her and this boy in the neighborhood, and they kiss and they have a date and they're actually falling for each other. And I'm like, wow, this is a throwback. This movie is a throwback because it's about what movies used to be about. It's about what movies used to be about, which is like, oh, she's tired of of this weird funeral, because Delia throws a truly weird funeral at the house. And then, of course, her mother's marrying this douchebag that Astrid doesn't approve of. So she just wants to escape her life, and she winds up kind of falling in love a little bit, but taking a little bit of a risk. And meanwhile, Lydia is trying to figure out how to figure out her life, because her life's kind of a mess. And so all of that works really well, and they really skewer the same concepts that the first film was skewering, which is postmodernism. They are absolutely skewering the modern trend of like trauma bragging. You know, there's a great scene in which Astrid's wannabe stepfather, Rory, right, who is a total douchebag, but he's like a male feminist. He's basically, he is a typical modern, like, liberal male, and he's like, I think it would be great. He's telling Lydia this. He's like, let me talk to Astrid. I think it would be great for her to have a masculine archetype who is in tune to the feminine reach out to her on her level. And it's so typical of like modern thought, and the movie is skewering that in the way that Tim Burton kind of does, which is this is what I like about the weirdness of Tim Burton. By embracing decay and death and the weirdness of it all and casting it in the form of a comedy, it is extremely authentic. It's extremely authentic in that way, because death disrupts all of our plans. You know, we all have plans. We all have dreams and you know, delusions of grandeur. We all have empires we want to build. But death, as is said in the First Law trilogy by Joe Abercrombie, is the great leveler. And it's incredibly chaotic, and almost laughably so, in its knack for disrupting all of our plans and how things were supposed to go. And I kind of like that about the Beetlejuice films, that there's a real kernel of truth in that idea that, like, all this postmodernism crap that Delia's into, all these you know, male feminist ideas that Rory has to try and get in touch with his stepdaughter, even Astrid's, you know, worries about climate change action. Yes, there's a reference to that in the film. All of that becomes silly when you put it up against the madness and insanity of the world of the dead. I like that, because I think that has a lot to say about reality. So, major points for originality in this film. Major points. Major points for being about family and having a lot of heart and a lot of fun. Major points for Beetlejuice being Beetlejuice, and they definitely play a lot of the greatest hits of the first film, but they also show you some things you haven't seen before, or they show you something familiar in a new way that's a lot of fun. It's a very fun film, and I would definitely watch it again. It got a lot of laughs in the audience. It's at least as funny as the first film, I think. That being said, as I'm wont to do, I sat there trying to categorize what this film is in the Blake Snyder Save the Cat beat sheet. Not so much because I haven't been doing that quite as often, but I did this time because I literally was confused. I was like, why are there so many plot threads? This feels fun, but it also feels confusing in a lot of ways, and I can't figure out what's going wrong here. And so the best way to kind of figure out what's wrong with the script is to start diagnosing what is it, right? Which is the whole purpose of the Save the Cat genres. And now the first film is pretty easy to categorize, I think. It is an out-of-the-bottle film. So allow me to show you, my dear chat. Stack of stuff. Mr. Producer, do you have that? You do. Excellent. Yes. I've got it. I've got it right? Yeah. Present. There it is. Okay. So the first Beetlejuice is an out-of-the-bottle story, and the three elements of an out-of-the-bottle story are a wish asked for by the hero or another, and the clearly seen need to be delivered from the ordinary. So in this case, the Maitlands, right, are living in their idyllic dream house, the country home. Unfortunately, they're now dead, and a new family has moved in, and they're transforming it into a postmodernist hell. So their wish is to be delivered from that, right? Which results in, number 2, a spell, which we must make logical by upholding the rules. In this case, they wind up summoning Beetlejuice, who is a trickster demon that starts unleashing chaos. Which leads to number 3 of an out-of-the-bottle story, which is a lesson. Be careful what you wish for. It's the running theme of all out-of-the-bottle stories. Life is good as it is. And what do the Maitlands learn? They learned that their desire to drive the Dietzes out of their house was in some ways misguided because it led them to, invite a trickster demon in that almost destroyed them all. They learn that actually the child that they never got to have in life is right there in front of them, Lydia. And she needs parents who actually pay attention to her. And so the end of the film is they learn that it's better for them to simply live in harmony, the Dietzes and the Maitlands, and accept each other's differences and kind of compromise on that level. And they wind up with a much better life as a result. There you go. A brilliant out-of-the-bottle story is the first Beetlejuice film. Now, if I were advising what I think would be the best approach for the second film, I would say the second film should be exactly the same thing. It doesn't have to be in a sequel. It doesn't have to be. But I think in this case it should be, because I think that's the whole point of Beetlejuice. He is the curse that you are unwittingly unleashing for some or other reason. Now, when I was sitting there trying to figure out what this second film was, it was defying categorization, and I had to literally crack open the book and be like, okay, what am I missing here? And then I figured it out. Because I do think it works as a film. It is Beetlejuice Beetlejuice is a rites of passage story. The 3 elements of a rites of passage story are, number 1, a life problem. From puberty to midlife to death, these are universal passages we all understand. In the case of this film, it's all of those. Because Astrid is going through puberty. She's not going through puberty. Scratch that. She's in college, but she's going through the challenges of being an angsty young person who hasn't found her identity in life yet. And she's estranged from her mother because her mother's famous, which is causing her all these problems. She's being made fun of at school. She's the spooky person on the campus. Then you have Lydia, who finds herself in middle age or older age, basically. She's she's not sure how to relate to her daughter anymore. She's having to accept the death of her father. In the case of Delia, she's having to go through the death of her husband, and she's having to negotiate that. So basically, all of the characters in the film are dealing with a major life crisis that they're having to navigate, and at times are at odds with each other. Number 2 element of a rites of passage story is the wrong way to attack the mysterious problem, usually a diversion from confronting the pain. In this case, Astrid avoids dealing with her mother's impending wedding, which she disapproves of, and avoids dealing with the death of her grandfather, who she did care about and felt closer to than her own mother, because, her grandfather was kind of normal and Lydia's not. And so she runs away, and she meets up with this boy she starts to fall in love with, who is obviously a ghost. It's not even a mystery in the film. I immediately knew he's a ghost, and you'll see how that unfolds. And it unfolds in a bad way. It goes badly, right? So she attacks it the wrong way, right? By pursuing sort of running away from it, right? Lydia has the same problem. She needs to reconcile with her daughter. She needs to listen to her daughter's concerns about this guy she's going to marry. She needs to face her ability to sense ghosts and see them. And in all those cases, she's avoiding all those problems. She takes pills to avoid visions of ghosts, which I thought was a nice touch. She's rushing into a marriage she's not confident she should be in. And she's not listening to her daughter and is failing to connect with her, right? And so all the characters are going through this. Number 3 of a rites of passage story is a solution that involves acceptance of a hard truth the hero has been fighting, and the knowledge it's the hero that must change, not the world around him or her. In this case, her. And I would say the film fulfills all of those things. Now, why do I bring that up? I bring that up because it's kind of charming, and it does have a lot of heart, And there's a lot of fan service in the movie. Beetlejuice, by the way, is also going through a rite of passage. He's kind of over the hill, and he's got a problem. And anyway, the problem I have is it was a little too much. It was too many plot threads. It felt more like a TV season. And I think the number one flaw in this film is, and I haven't even mentioned this character yet. That's how many characters are in this. Monica Bellucci, who is hot as ever. Monica Bellucci is, in the very beginning of the film, shows up as this, in a pretty magnificent sequence, as this dismembered corpse who sews herself back together and doesn't look any worse for wear. And she is on a warpath to kill Beetlejuice. This is presented as the main conflict in the story, even though, in my view, it's like the fourth tier conflict in the film. But it's meant to be, I think, a ticking clock of sorts. The problem is there's not a lot of tension or suspense about it, and it really just gets in the way of all the other stories. I mean, really, this is the story of... It's pretty complicated, actually, but if I had to identify what this story is trying to be about, it's trying to be about Astrid's soul, that would be Lydia's daughter, being at stake. That's the real stakes in the story, and it comes too late in the film because in the first part of the film, we're dealing with Willem Dafoe's in this. He's funny, but, like, why is he in this? You know what I mean? We have Monica Bellucci on this warpath, and what's weird about it is they just keep going back to her over and over again to remind us that she's still out there doing stuff. And I'm like, but like, who cares? So this creates a conflict for Beetlejuice. The problem is they introduce a second conflict for Beetlejuice. Conflict number one is his crazy ex-wife who can kill even people who are dead. She's a soul sucker, as they say in the film. And there's a great line where Beetlejuice is like, boy, isn't she ever? I'm like, well, that's pretty funny. But anyway, so Beetlejuice's crazy ex-wife, who can kill him permanently, is on his trail. But also, he sees that Lydia's father has passed away and she's returned to the house. And this is his chance to finally get married to the love of his life, Lydia. So we have two conflicts animating Beetlejuice at the same time. You see the problem? Monica Bellucci's character should be totally deleted from this film. Totally deleted from the film. She represents a classic problem, which is double mumbo jumbo. There's two elements of mumbo jumbo in this film. Mumbo jumbo number one is that Astrid has unwittingly bargained her soul away, and Beetlejuice is the only one who can save her, and what Beetlejuice wants in return is Lydia's hand in marriage. That's plenty for a conflict, and could result in a great out-of-the-bottle story. But there is also a kind of weird superhero story going on, or something along those lines. Maybe a dude with a problem would be better, with Beetlejuice being pursued by his crazy ex-wife and trying to defeat her. And I think that was too much. I think that was too little butter scraped over too much bread. And it dragged the film down a bit. So in the final summation, I'm going to say that because it was fun, because it had heart, because it was a mostly charming rites of passage story, and because it was rewarding fans of the original with some of the old and some new things they haven't seen before, and it was, just as the first film did, skewering a lot of postmodernism and, frankly, everything we mortals over-obsess about in life, I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. And I'm recommending it as a fun movie to see, and I think it's deserving of your time. It is not soulless nostalgia bait, which I'm grateful to see. What I think drags it down is kind of an old problem, not a new one. Just a cluttered script. I think a cluttered script with too many plot threads dragged it down. But that's not really a problem that we see in modern filmmaking. That's a problem as old as filmmaking. Just not a tight enough script. But it does feel mostly pretty original and pretty fun, and it felt in keeping with the original film as well. So did it blow my socks off? Unfortunately, no, because I was in the mood to just be pleasantly surprised and have a really great time in the theater. I did have a good time. But those are my nitpicks. So there you go. Beetlejuice, what's in the chat? I cannot neglect my chat. We're talking about the meetup. Good. That would be great. Joseph surprised that Beetlejuice made 110 million. It made 110 million. I could believe it because when I went to get tickets, I went to an 11:35 a.m. showing. Packed. The 11 a.m. showing was packed. Packed. What? I sat in the very front row. I'm like in the front row like this. It was terrible. I don't recommend it. I think it's going to continue to do well. I think it's going to do well. It was very much in the spirit of the original. I think it had a couple of new things to say, along with reinforcing some of the themes of the first film. And by the way, there's something really interesting in this film too. You know how they're doing the skinwalker thing in all the new films, where they take an actor who's dead. The actor who played Charles Dietz is dead in real life, right? But he is a character in this film. Now, usually what they're doing is the Luke Skywalker skinwalker thing, where it's like Mark Hamill's face de-aged, or it's Carrie Fisher being reanimated to be Leia for a scene in Rogue One, right? You know how they're doing that? I think that this film was literally making a statement in defiance of that shit. I really do, because when they showed Charles Dietz, the backstory of how he died is, I'm not going to spoil it because it's pretty funny when you hear, but let's just say he doesn't have a head. And so they literally wove that into the story that he doesn't have a head. And it's done in such a way that I suspect it was Tim Burton kind of flipping the bird to this weird trend of reanimating, like Hello Alien Romulus, just reanimating a Ash character from the first Alien film. It's like, I really feel like he was standing in defiance of that with the character of Charles Dietz. I think you'll see what I mean if you watch the film. So for that reason alone, the originality and its clever use, like, they used stop animation in it. I don't know if it was literally practical stop animation, but like they used stop animation for the sandworms, and it was great. So I think it will do well. Joseph says it was in 4,575 theaters. Not even Deadpool got 4,000 theaters, and this got over 4,500. How does that make sense? Because Disney is stupid, and they eat glue. That is it. They don't like money. They don't like making money. They just pile up all this cash and they set it on fire. It's called The Acolyte. Wrangler says, don't forget to check out Blood and Oak by Captain Garrett. Why, thank you, Wrangler. I appreciate that. I am a bard, of course, and the link is in the description if you're interested. It is the story of Blood and Oak, about a young Navy officer in 1803 who embarks on a suicidal quest to save his family from the Barbary pirates. Lots of exciting rogues and just crossed swords and all kinds of shit. Just all kinds of shit. Where am I in the chat here? Oh, there you go. Joseph saying Deadpool got 4,330. Looks like Deadpool's last weekend at the box office under 1,000 per theater. Now, I mean, they had a great run though. Like, that's a really, I would still see Deadpool and Wolverine again. That movie was, to me, more fun than Beetlejuice. But I will say, I think that, like, I think that Beetlejuice suffers a little bit from the same problem Deadpool and Wolverine does, which is that the basic plot is a bit incoherent in some areas. But it's still a lot of fun, and there's a lot of fan service. And if you are a fan of the character of Beetlejuice, you're going to have a good time. Michael Keaton is just... He has not missed a step as this character. He just knows how to... He's great at being this character. I kind of sense that there are going to be more of these. I sense that they are teeing this up to be a sequel. There wasn't like an obvious like sequel bait in the film, but it just had the vibe of like, I feel like there's more life in this universe. I feel like there's more life in this character. The underworld is a lot of fun. Like, the underworld set design is better than ever, and the crazy characters that are sitting in that waiting room are fantastic in this movie. I love how this I will say. So I'll defend my case a little bit here. I'm saying that this is one of the more original sequels that we've seen in recent years, and here's one example of why. Every character you meet in the land of the dead, right? You see something in the wacky design of those characters. There is a clue, like multiple clues to the story of how they died. And I find that delightful. They go by quick, right? The camera pans past them too fast for you to catch everything, but just a glance at them and you're like, oh, I see how that guy died. That's funny. Like there was one example. Someone walks into it's like the afterlife DMV where you have to like figure out where you're gonna go, and this girl walks in and she's covered in oil. Like her whole head is covered in oil, and she's got like a oil is murder protest sign, and she walks up to the counter like, another protester, huh? It's hilarious. It's hilarious. You're like, oh, I see what happened there. Clever. That's clever. Using the visual cues of the character to tell you a story. They're not telling you how they died, but you know how they died because they are telling the story visually, which is a great use of the medium. That it's called film for a reason, folks. So definitely a hat tip to the originality with that. Anthony says, I'll wait until Beetlejuice starts streaming. The second one, you mean? Fair enough. First one is streaming on Max. But the second one, if you're waiting, I understand. Derpy Entertainment, welcome to the chat, says, Beetlejuice was fun and over-the-top trip down memory lane. I totally agree. Like, just to pause right there in your sentence, I agree with all of that. And I think that if you're a diehard, there were some like people that were in the theater taking pictures in front of the poster. Like I could tell there were some diehards at the showing, and I'm pretty sure they had fun. I heard a lot of laughs in the audience. So yeah. But allow me to resume with your quote, Derpy. I love that name, by the way. Derpy Entertainment. I love that. Beetlejuice was fun and over-the-top trip down memory lane. There were some unnecessary characters, and it dragged a bit overall, but a worthy sequel to the 1988 film, 8 out of 10. Yeah, you're pretty close to my score. I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. I think the character of Monica Bellucci, her character is, like, she's kind of the straw that breaks the whole thing. I think she brings the whole thing down, which strangely, her story could be very compelling, and she certainly is very compelling for obvious reasons. However, it really distracts a lot from everything else going on, and it actually complicates Beetlejuice. See, the first film is very simple. It's a very simple, out-of-the-bottle story. It's like the Maitlands wanted to banish the living people from their house, and they unleashed Beetlejuice to effect that, and it caused all the mayhem. This film is way more complicated. There's all kinds of shit going on, and it's all sort of arguing with each other, and that's kind of the problem. So I give it a 7 out of 10, but I'm fairly simpatico with your assessment. Joseph says, just check this. Beetlejuice is the only movie that I could, Joseph, I can tell you are a numbers man. You are now the quartermaster on the ship. That is the job of the quartermaster. The quartermaster will assess all numbers and inventory for the ship and will inform the captain directly and as appropriate. And so therefore you are now the quartermaster. Says, just check this. Beetlejuice movie only had 4,500 theaters of all the movies released this year. Why? How are they allowed to be the only one? So you're saying they got the most? Well, they're the ghost with the most. That's why. I don't know. Valiant Renegade might be a better analyst, or as Gary at Nerdrotic would say, analyst, to give you the reasons for that. Well, look, it is a business. Show business is a business. It's not how good you are. It's not always how good you are. It's what you can negotiate. It's what you can negotiate. So they must be good at negotiating. I think that they probably got some really good results with test audiences, and they probably thought this one's going to be a winner, and so far it looks like they were right. Tim Burton seems like he is very much still Tim Burton. Like Ridley Scott is not the same director that he was when he did Alien or Gladiator. He just is not that director. Even Kingdom of Heaven, which I think was not his best effort, but still, especially the director's cut, is still a pretty good film. Kingdom of Heaven with Liam Neeson, Orlando Bloom, about the Crusades. Ridley's not that guy anymore. The stuff he does now is it's just not at the same level of quality. Tim Burton, on the other hand, I think still has original vision. I think he's still got something to say. I say that often. It's like the problem with something like Alien Romulus is all it's doing is a cover band of alien films we've already seen. It has nothing new to say, right? And by the way, that's the problem with Disney Lucasfilm. It has nothing new to say about the Star Wars universe, least of all Mandalorian. Mandalorian doesn't even have anything new to say about the Mandalorians. That was one of my number one complaints. That they try to show you the culture of the Mandalorians, and all they ever say is, this is the way. What is the way? Like, what is it? What is the way? The Mythosaur. Have you seen the Mythosaur? I don't care about the fucking Mythosaur. So what I'm saying is that I think that Tim Burton still has something new to say about the world of Beetlejuice, and that's probably why, to the extent that it does, it's going to do well. What else? Derpy ahoy! Ahoy, Derpy. Joseph disagrees, says 8's a high valuation. Interesting. Yeah, I'm capping it at a 7 myself. Capping it at a 7. Derpy says it was between 7.5 and 8, so I went to an 8. Fair enough. Look, it's not an exact science. I will say, in Derpy's defense, I will say that Beetlejuice is, at the very least, and I'm not saying this is all it is, but at the very least, it's a very fun Beetlejuice amusement ride. And Michael Keaton is hilarious, as usual. And actually, there were some jokes that were kind of riffing on the jokes in the first one, but had a really great extra payoff. So they kind of... So in other words, they were able to reference the original in some fun ways that were very crowd-pleasing, while also still having new things to show you. So I think that's fair. There was a tongue kiss in this. Joseph's asking, was there a tongue kiss? And that may seem like an odd question, but there was. There was. I was blown away. I couldn't believe it. I haven't seen a tongue kiss since the 90s. Which is a weird thing to say, but but yes, it did. And it was about young love too, which was kind of, I was like, wow, this is a throwback, man, which is a weird thing to have to say about a movie. Where's the love, man? Where's the love? The Beatles, all you need is love, man. John Lennon. Where's a dude? I am so sick of the stupid headbutt. I will headbutt you to show you my love. It's stupid. Furiosa, the Furiosa movies, headbutting. Jack. She headbutts Jack to tell him she loves him. Stupid. What was the movie I saw? Oh, Alien Romulus. Alien Romulus. All the characters in the movie are all headbutting each other. The chick in Alien Romulus, Kaylee Spady, who is the default human. She is the default setting template for a female human. I could never pick her out of a lineup. I would have no idea what she looks like if she were in a crowd. She is the most not unattractive. She wouldn't be my choice. She wouldn't be the chosen one. But she is the default human. And she had a lover in the movie, and I did not know. I did not know it was her boyfriend until I heard afterwards that character in the movie was her boyfriend. I'm like, how? I didn't know that. I thought he was in the friend zone because they just kept headbutting each other all the time. And I was like, what does that mean? She headbutts her friends too. It's weird, folks. It's weird. So it was nice. It was nice to see a romantic tongue kiss in this. I was like, it was tasteful. Or distasteful, which depending on how you look at it. I feel like I had some other point to make there. My mind is erasing at the moment. Anthony says, I'm still enjoying watching the meltdown of the Wokies over the demise of the Conquered video game. I know. It's so funny. They're like, gee, let's have characters that are fat, and they are stupid, and they are hideous to look at. and let's watch how much money we make. It's like, what? Oh, geez, that failed? I couldn't have predicted that. You know, in addition to being lunatics, in addition to having a sick worldview, wokies are stupid. They are dumb. Like, they are dumb as a box of rocks, man. It's like they literally do the same thing over and over and over, and it fails every single time it's tried. Every single time it's tried. And you know, the only thing new that they ever come up with is an excuse. And even then, it's usually pretty stale. It's, well, it really isn't, though, because their only excuse is always sexism and racism. There was sexism is the reason. You just don't like fat people. It's like, no. I mean, not personally, but it's like, no, it's not attractive, is what I'm saying. Oh, that's not fair. Well, too bad. I don't know what else to tell you. It's an evolutionary imperative. It's not our fault. We are what we are. You know, so anyway. They're really, and listen, as a wise man once said, the salt must flow. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, me too. Enjoying the Wokey meltdown. We're probably going to check that out. Wrangler says I would, oh wait, sorry. I stepped in the middle. We're discussing the meetup. Wrangler says you should do this, Wrangler. I should go to a comic convention cosplaying as Jesus, but then everyone would probably mistake me for a Jedi. Anthony says, sounds like the plot was too busy and the cast was too crowded. Yeah, I think that the narrative was mostly cohesive around Winona Ryder. That's what I was going to say. I just reminded myself. Winona Ryder and Jenna Ortega's characters, I think, had a mostly cohesive story because it was mostly about a mother and daughter sort of finding their way back to each other, and the daughter's soul being kind of the main driver of conflict. Her soul is on the line. And I think that if you had built the movie exclusively around that, the number of characters would have been mostly okay because they would have sort of orbited that central through line. The problem is that they also introduced a totally separate, this is why it's double mumbo jumbo, a totally separate and unconnected, but coincidentally happening at the same time thread where this crazy ex-wife wants to kill Beetlejuice. And so it's really two movies. It's really two movies trying to compete with each other for attention. And that's what caused the problem. So as much as I like Monica Bellucci, and as much as she was great in this movie, her character should not be in this movie. Or the story should not be about Astrid's soul being on the line and Lydia having to summon Beetlejuice to get her back. They should have deleted one of those storylines. If I'm choosing, I'm going to delete the Monica Bellucci storyline because I'm more interested in the stakes with Lydia and Astrid than I am in the stakes with Beetlejuice escaping his evil ex-wife, which was funny and sometimes entertaining, but just wasn't very relevant to the main story. And it caused the mother-daughter dynamic to get watered down. But what I was going to say was Kaylee Spaney, who plays what was the name of the character? Rain. Her character was Rain in Romulus. Why am I saying it like Rain? I don't know, but I just feel like it. In Alien Romulus, Rain is the main character who is meant to be on the level of a Ripley, right? But she's so forgettable. She's so literally in the Alien Prometheus and Alien Covenant, same deal. They pick these forgettable, generic, default humans to be the protagonist, and they're never as interesting as like Michael Fassbender as David. Michael Fassbender as David is the best part of the two Ridley Scott Prometheus and Covenant. He's the best part of those movies, right? Funny enough that in Alien Romulus, Andy is the best part of this movie, right? But both androids, that's fascinating. I hadn't thought about that. The android is always the most interesting character outside of the first two Alien movies. That's funny. I got to think more about that. But my point is, Ellen Ripley, as played by Sigourney Weaver, Sigourney Weaver had that it factor, and Winona Ryder is one of my favorite actors because she has that it factor. She is unique. She is interesting. There was a great little featurette before the film started, and it was just a tribute to Winona, and it was just kind of chronicling her series, her filmography, right? Her roles in the early days. She's actually she has an extremely wide range because they showed a lot of her different roles and how different they are from each other. And I was like, that is interesting. She doesn't just play an oddball. She can play a kind of straight-laced character as well. And they showed, and of course, one of her greatest roles ever, Joyce Byers in Stranger Things, who is just a brilliant character and just an incredible performance by her, especially in that first season. Her character is just so exceptional. And I'm like, I just love that. I love Winona Ryder. She's a great actor. And she's great in this movie. And so I just was struck by the fact that, like, yeah, you've got to have an it factor with a protagonist. You just have got to. And Kaylee Spaney does not have that it factor in Alien Rivalist. She just doesn't. And it's like funny to. By the way, Jenna Ortega has that it factor. She's actually a pretty good successor to Lydia's character in this movie. She plays against every Sunday. This is where I am. Every Sunday. Everyone who knows me, this is where I am. When do they try to call me? Right now. This is when they try to call me. Never mind. That's not your fault. It's just funny to me. Just funny. What are you doing today? Well, it's Sunday. And every Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, I host the Captain's Cast on my YouTube channel, Swords and Starships. Oh, that's right. How's that going? Oh, it's going well. I've got almost 1,300 subscribers. I'm working on it. We're a small but mighty channel. Oh, cool. When you doing that? At 3 p.m. Same time. Oh, same time as same time. Now Tom's watching. Tom's calling me. He's watching. You did that on purpose. You did that. He's lurking. Tom is lurking in the chat. Oh, that was sneaky of you, Tom. Tom has the bat phone. God, that's hilarious. That's actually pretty hilarious. But it is funny, though. Every week, people who know I do this, they ask me every Sunday, what are you doing today? All right, anyway, moving on. So, yeah, I think Jenna Ortega has that it factor, and this might be a good time to celebrate the professional mindset, shall we? Try this headline, chat. I just want you to, and what is the professional mindset? The professional mindset is in contradiction to the Delia character in Beetlejuice, who represents a kind of, aloof, kind of lost in her identity as an artist character. She's so delusional, and she's so entwined with her identity as an artist that it defines her entire existence, to the point where in the first film she can't see ghosts in her own house that are appearing to her, and in the second film it has a major consequence, which I can't tell you because it would be a spoiler, but she has a major consequence in this film. Because why? Because she considers her work her identity, right? And so you see this play out with people like Russell T. Davies, Rachel Zegler. If I have to stand in this dress in the hot sun, I deserve to be paid. And why are they such snots? Well, they're snots because they're entitled. Why are they entitled? Because they think they are owed something because of their art. When the reality is, just like it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, to paraphrase, you are entitled to your work, but not the fruits of your work. That's the workman mindset. That's the craftsman mindset. If Amanda Stenberg had a modicum of professionalism, rather than claiming that a bunch of online rage is what destroyed the Acolyte, she would be asking questions about Leslie Headland, about why Leslie Headland's bad writing destroyed the Acolyte. She would be asking herself, Amanda Stenberg would be asking herself, what could I do to improve my craft. Or she'd simply be asking, you know what? Criticism happens. This is the game. She's young. Fair enough. But I think in her case, it's a rather pernicious case of unprofessionalism. But she would be working on her craft. She would be reaching out to mentors. She would be asking herself, how could I become a better actor? How could I choose better projects? It's called taking responsibility and ownership, and it is something a professional does, because a professional has a healthy remove. Their art is their work, not their identity. So I give you, my dear chat, Mr. Producer. Yes, there we go. And we're gonna have to kill this tab because I think it's probably slowing me down here. Jenna Ortega says women should have their own franchises. Quote, I don't want James Bond. So Jenna Ortega weighed in on the trend of remaking iconic films with female leads. The Wednesday Star, which, by the way, I have not seen that show on Netflix, and I'm going to watch it because I've always heard good things, and this just puts it over the top. So I'm going to watch that show. I'm really interested to actually see how it plays out. She said during an interview with MTV, along with her Beetlejuice co-star Catherine O'Hara, host Josh Horowitz asked Ortega's thoughts on other potential sequels. Like, would she be interested in starring in a sequel to another one of Tim Burton's classics, Edward Scissorhands, which could hypothetically be called Edith Scissorhands, so stunning, so brave, with Ortega in the Johnny Depp role? No, it never goes the other way, does it, folks? We can never have an alien movie with a male lead. Ever. Ever. We can never have it. But we can have Edward Scissorhands be Edith Scissorhands, and that's good. While Ortega and O'Hara initially found the idea funny, Ortega quickly added, quote, I love that there's a lot more female leads nowadays. I think that's so special. But we should have our own, she said. I don't like it when it's a spinoff. I don't want to see, like, Jamie Bond. You know, I want to see another badass. And for that, Captain salute, Mr. Producer, if you would. That's a professional at work. By the way, I agree with her. Folks, I agree with her. I am totally open to the idea of, like a John Wick-style character played by a woman, but it's an original, unique character in her own world, doing her own thing, who makes sense as the character that she is. I am all for that. That's called being original. Original. Open quote. The comment comes amid another press interview getting some attention, which also brought up the idea of rethinking James Bond. James Bond is a spy. He is a spy. It's easy to make female spies that are female spies. Just make them. Charlie's Angels. What are you... You don't need to redo James Bond as a woman. You just need to make a super spy who is female. This is not about a woman being a super spy. This is not about that. There's plenty of female characters throughout the ages that have been female spies, super spies. I mean, when did the Charlie's Angels air? It was like in the 70s, wasn't it? The 70s. That was a TV series about 3 female super spies. Like, what? No. What this is about is we need to demasculinize James Bond. We need to emasculate James Bond. We need to emasculate the fans of James Bond. We need to take away something that those evil patriarchal fans have been enjoying for years and years. We need to harass and bully and intimidate creatives and fans into giving up their character. They say we're the harassment campaign. They are the ones that harass us. We, the fans of James Bond. He's fine as a male. He's fine as a male. Isn't it funny? So never think that this is about... This has nothing to do with James Bond. This is about destroying a male character, right? taking a male character away from the fans who've admired him. And I agree with Jenna Ortega here. I would love to see an original character that's done well, that's a female super spy. Bring it on. Bring on 10. I'm fine with that. And if it's good, I will be right here on Sunday, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, celebrating what a great film it is. Hell, I celebrated Furiosa. It's in my top 10 of the year. Spoiler. It's in the Captain's top 10, Furiosa. By the way, Anya Taylor-Joy has the it factor. She has the it factor, folks. Kaylee Spady, no offense, does not. So there you go. How about another celebration? How about another celebration of the professional mindset? Hat Tip Film Threat, one of the greatest channels on the internet. You have got to subscribe. And Chris Gore and Alan Ing the Merciless.
Ryder is
Wait, hang on. Wait, what? Why is this piping the sound through the wrong place? Ugh. Do I literally have to close the browser? I may not be able to share audio. If I hang on. I'll fix this. Hang on. Let me grab the link. I may have to do a brief hold and then come back. Where is it? There it is. Ah, damn it. I really hate it when it does that. All right, let me check my settings real quick. Mr. Producer, this is delay of game. All right, hang on. I will be right back. Quick break just to fix this issue. Because we've got lots. There's other videos I want to share with you. So, quick break, and we'll be right back. And we are back. Sorry about that, my dear chat. I have fixed the issue. It is now resolved. Okay, thank you. You are watching the Captain's Cast on Swords and Starships channel. Please like and subscribe if you are enjoying the content. And where were we before we were so rudely interrupted by technical difficulties? Ah, yes. We were about to review yet another professional at work. One of my favorite professionals. That would be Winona Ryder. Share screen, Mr. Producer.
Winona Ryder is disappointed?
Yes. Let's pull that one up. If I can figure this out. There we go. Winona from IndieWire. Winona Ryder is disappointed by younger co-stars who aren't cinephiles. Actors should be interested in movies. For Winona Ryder, one of the strangest things of all is how Gen Z actors aren't actually interested in movies. Ryder, whose own stardom began at age 14 with her film debut in the 1986 Lucas, told the LA Times that the younger generation of stars today don't respect film history. I don't mean to sound so hopeless, Ryder said. There are a few that are just not interested in movies. Like the first thing they say is, how long is it? And so begins the guessing game of whom Ryder could be referring to. The Stranger Things and Beetlejuice actress quickly started ruling out potential anti-cinephiles, beginning with fellow film-obsessed actress Jenna Ortega. Ryder told the outlet that Ortega referenced Mikhail Kalatozov, 1964, I Am Cuba, which, per the LA Times, immediately impressed Ryder. Ryder says she almost wept hearing Ortega reference specific shots from the classic. Ryder's Stranger Things co-star Finn Wolfhard is a vocal fan of Elliot Gould's filmography. Sadie Sink and Hollywood royalty Maya Hawke were also ruled out by Ryder.
Dude, that is so fun. I just love that. That is so fun. So she's saying that, like, or Jenna Ortega knew her films. That's so interesting that Finn Wolfhard is a huge fan of Elliot Gould's filmography. Sadie Sink and Hollywood royalty Maya Hawke were also ruled out by Ryder. She said, quote, I'm not sorry. Alan's reading is driving me crazy. Quote, I'm not a religious person, Ryder said. I'm not anti-religion, but I feel like the closest, now I'm doing it, is film, and it's to me a very sacred thing. I feel so protective, but I'm not in any place to be in control. It's not up to me. People come up to me and say, you should definitely watch this movie. It would change your life. Oh, okay. This is what Millie Bobby Brown said in Stranger Things, the Stranger Things actress who plays 11. She said, people come up to me and say, you should definitely watch this movie. It would change your life. I'm like, how long do I have to sit there for? Because my brain and I don't even like sitting for my own movies. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, my God. That's a perfect example. Perfect example. So Millie Bobby Brown, like, how long is it? I don't want to watch it. That's, but interestingly enough, Jenna Ortega, Finn Wolfhard, both super into movies. I love hearing that. I'm just going to scrub ahead a little bit. Roll tape.
Because you're not, look, believe me, you're not getting paid a lot to write about movies these days. So passion. Number 2, grammatical and writing skill. It's important to know your strunk and white. Look that up. Strunk and white. Know your grammar. Like, can you write and, reference, say, a movie from the 80s, or I can reference, say, a movie from the 60s. I could reference the original West Side Story, directed by Robert Wise, starring
Natalie Wood.
There you go.
I hate musicals.
And Rita Moreno.
Right. We can go back. Film classics, great films, bad films. There is a language amongst film aficionados that is important. And the best actors, I will say this, the best actors, and Winona Ryder has been amazing in the fact that her career has spanned from when she was a child at 14 to now, and she looks amazing. Let's be honest. She looks really incredible. She's had that long of a career. She knows cinema, can use that word and speak to that. And the thing is this, there's so much to know in film. Not any one person can know it all. So it's a collective conversation where everyone brings something to the table. Maybe you know more about Asian cinema, or I know more about Godzilla movies, whatever. That was a stupid rap. Why did I say that?
No.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is everyone knows, you can't know it all. People know sort of sections of cinema. Horror, you're not well-versed in horror. That's perfectly fine. You have other things you know a lot more about than I do. But having that common language of movies, you have to have seen the AFI's top 100 films, at least have seen those. And I agree. It's sad to see there's almost a lack of interest, which is why I feel like when you see the younger people in movies, they don't have that collective in your DNA knowledge of film past. What are your thoughts, Alan?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that hat tip to Film Threat, that is a brilliant analysis. And there's several points that Chris made there I really agree with. Yes. And a hat tip and a captain salute Winona Ryder, Jenna Ortega, and Finn Wolfhard catching a stray salute in there as well. Professionals all. That is a professional mindset. That is knowing your craft. The idea of an actor who doesn't like sitting through movies is strange to me. Now, in their defense, if I am to offer Millie Bobby Brown a slight defense, and, if her acting range is any indication, that could explain a lot, but that's neither here nor there. I would say, in her defense, that modern movies suck. Like, they suck. They are really bad. They're just derivative. They are derivative, all of them, and it's very depressing. So I don't really blame Gen Z for not wanting to sit through movies that, frankly, are just replays of better movies. I mean, nothing could be a better example of this than Disney's obsession with remaking all of their animated film classics as these dull, lifeless, soulless, boring live-action films. So if you're saying that young people should be interested in those films, well, I agree with them when they say 2.5 hours of a live-action remake of a better film, no thank you. No thank you. The sad thing is, they probably don't even know about a lot of the originals in those cases. So I am getting to that. I'm getting to an age now, I will be talking to younger people and referencing films now, and they don't know what I'm talking about. They don't know Fight Club. They don't know The Matrix. I know a guy who's never seen The Matrix. He's 24 years old. He's never seen The Matrix. So when I was explaining, I was talking about red pill versus blue pill, and he's like, what does that mean? And I was like, well, like in The Matrix, red pill, blue pill. And I had to explain it. I was like, what? No, you got to go watch The Matrix right now. So anyway, so it's just sad that like the younger crowd, they don't even know what good films are. So it is very much to the credit of Jenna Ortega that she does love films, and it is only through that love and passion that we will revitalize. The film industry, and I think that very much in the vein of kind of what Dr. Steve Turley talks about, I think that in the case of culture, in the case of art and Hollywood and cinema, I think that the rot and the decay of modern storytelling is not crumbling into dust that will blow away in the wind. It is instead decaying into a rich, fertile soil from which a new wave of art will emerge. And I think that that is true to history. I think that we stand at the brink of a golden age. Some might even say an iron age. So take heart, my fellow cinephiles. Now then, there is a super chat. Anthony with a $5 super chat. Why, thank you. And a captain salute. Of course they want to talk when you're live. I know. Well, it's true. The captain is quite a catch. Everybody wants the captain's time. The captain only has so much time. What else is in the chat? I see you, Tom. I see what you did. Where is it? I lost my place in the chat. Redoubt Productions is in the chat and says the husk of Redoubt has... The husk? No, don't. Redoubt... You are far too young to be so disillusioned. I won't have it. I won't have it on this ship. Says the husk of Redoubt has arrived. His soul was skewered earlier this week while balancing work and college. Well, all right. That's not disillusion. That's just good old-fashioned exhaustion. And that's all. That's just fine. That's just fine, Redoubt. You keep doing what you gotta do. Anthony says, I'm still enjoying the meltdown of the Wokies. Did I? I think I caught that one. I missed Redoubt earlier. I missed Redoubt. Redoubt says, I got the sense of the movie being bloated from the trailer. Everything appeared to be fun, but I couldn't really gauge the plot of the story. I was having a hard time myself as I was watching the film. That would be Beetlejuice. Fu Man Blue says, I think that it's the digital stop animation that Gore was saying they're using for his Star Wars movie. Now, that's interesting. That's interesting. I like it in the context of Beetlejuice because, and they used a lot of CGI too, don't get me wrong, but I think it was done very artfully, but I feel like it might be too much nostalgia if it's overused, but we'll see. Fuman Blue says, I think it was Star Wars. Okay. Redoubt says, Ridley Scott lost the plot a long time ago. I agree. Last good entry into the Alien franchise was Alien Isolation. Interesting reference, Redoubt. And that was a decade ago. Damn, Alien Isolation was 10 years ago. I'm old. You are so old. You're just an old fogey, Redoubt. But you're right. Alien Isolation, if you don't know, is a video game in which you play as Ellen Ripley's daughter in between the events of Alien and Aliens, and you're looking for her. And as with the mother, so the daughter is an engineer. And so you play as an engineer. Well, I guess, was Ripley an engineer? I take that back. Maybe she wasn't. Well, anyway, Ellen Ripley's daughter in the game, Alien Isolation, is an engineer. She's not a warrior. She's not a fighter. And you are dealing with an alien that is loose in a space station, and it's hunting you. And it is basically a stealth game. It's a stealth game where you cannot fight the alien, and you certainly cannot kill it. All you can do is hide under desks and try and not breathe too loudly while it's stopping by. It is terrifying. It's one of the most terrifying games I've ever played, and the AI is genius. It does have a great story. There's lots of other enemies in the game to contend with. Very cool game, and a really good story, and very original. And I dare you to play it in the dark. I dare you to play it in the dark. It is terrifying. Anthony saying, sup? Anthony, Wokies are dumber than a bag of hammers. They really are. They're really dumb, man. It's constructive, compassionate feedback. Wrangler says, and the droid in Rogue One was the most interesting character as well, just like Commander Data in Star Trek The Next Generation. I know. Well, it is true. And Spock. Spock was kind of the most interesting character in the original Star Trek because they are apart from humanity. And therefore, they kind of... Odo is a very interesting character in Deep Space Nine, right? Because he's viewing humanity through alien eyes, and he's trying to learn about humans from the perspective of a changeling who doesn't know where he's from. So yeah, it's always interesting to look at the outsider perspective. Tom, yes, I know what you did, Tom. Redoubt says, too many have vital input on Beetlejuice Beetlejuice. Do not underestimate Tom. I would never do such. Thanks again for that super chat, Anthony. Much appreciated. Regular, that droid will be back in Andor Season 2, and you are right, that droid is SOOL. You mean cool, right? I'm assuming you mean cool. That is one of the more lovable droids in a post original saga Star Wars story. The droid in Andor is this cute little, he's kind of more of like a machine. He's more like a maintenance droid, the way that R2 was. So in other words, Baby Yoda is definitely targeting cuteness. It's definitely trying to be cute, right? But what was interesting about R2-D2 is it was more his personality that made him cute. He's basically just a big cylinder that has lights on it. But what makes him cute is his personality and his connection to Luke, his strange, dutiful protectiveness of him. That's what makes him lovable. And I will admit, BB-8 was cute, okay? BB-8 was cute. He was. It's not going to save the sequel trilogy. But I would say that the droid in Andor was cute because he kind of had that indirect... He had that indirect, dutiful, like kind of pet cuteness that R2-D2 had. Redoubt says, yeah, the tab may be the reason your internet connection is dropping on the stream. Yeah, I'm trying to minimize the use of tabs as much as possible. Fu Man Blue saying, Wednesday is a must-see. I'm pretty much sold on that. Joseph saying, Jenna Ortega also said there is a lot of wokeness in Hollywood and she's sick of it. I mean, regardless of what your stance is on the literal politics of it, it's boring. It's boring. I am no more interested in the woke code than I am in the Hays Code of the 1950s, which ironically was came from the conservative side of things. TV and movies were very much influenced by a conservative code, which was we can't show a couple in bed together. So we have to have the married couple has separate twin beds on opposite sides of the room to desexualize the story. And now we're seeing it from the other side. The left wing is now desexualizing romance and love. It is the strangest thing. It is the most bizarre timeline. Because it used to be the conservative right that was doing this. Now it's the wacko Looney Tunes left that's doing this. And I'm not interested in either. I'm not interested in either. Humans are humans. We love, we're passionate, we're messy creatures. I want to see it all in art. Nick is in the chat, says Angelina Jolie in Salt was awesome AF. That would be as frack. And dude, that is a great call out, Nick. That is an excellent call out. Angelina Jolie as Salt, it's a great example. By the way, Angelina Jolie, a female action star who has the it factor. She was great in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, by the way, if you've ever seen that. She was pretty good as Lara Croft. Angelina Jolie is a star. Like, she is a star. She can do those types of roles. She had and continues to have that it factor, right? That's what I'm talking about. I don't know where they find these drab, boring, like just lacking in personality actors like Kaylee Spaney. And what's funny is Chris Gore, I think he kind of hit on something in that video. He pointed out that like this lack of like the language of cinema that on the part of young actors explains why a lot of their performances are sort of flat, they're sort of lifeless, they're sort of lacking in nuance. That could explain why Kaylee Spaney and frankly a lot of her co-stars in that Alien Romulus film were so boring. This could be the reason. Maybe they just aren't. They're like Millie Bobby Brown. They're like, how long is that? I don't want to watch it if it's too long. Have no clue what movies were like in the 90s or the 80s or the 70s or the 60s, much less. And it could be why there's just no flair in those characters, in those actors, those performances. So very good point. Great shout out for Angelina. It is strange, isn't it? It's like, you know, if you go back to the early 2010s, the 90s, the 80s, everybody could name off the top of their head 10 female stars, 10 male stars. Everyone knew who the stars were in those eras. Nowadays, who are the stars? The stars aren't the actors anymore. The stars are the characters. There's very few stars. It's an often made point, but it's a very striking shift in the entertainment culture, I have to admit. Redoubt pointed... By the way, this is exactly true, Redoubt. Of course it is, because you're a historical man. A historical man. And Redoubt says, there are so many historical examples of female spy stories gift-wrapped to be made into a screenplay, yet we get female Bond instead, which just makes me think we're dealing with people who...
'Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Thanks, Az. They're just boring, man. But yeah, it's like, dude, you can't have an effective spy network. I'm talking of the real world now. I'm not talking of the fantasy world of films. In the real world, women are very important to have as spies, you know? So, and actually, you know, there's that great scene in a movie I generally hate, but does have some good scenes in it, Inglourious Bastards, Tarantino's film. There's that great scene when the German actress, who is basically a spy for the Allies, gets caught in that situation where there's German officers in this bar and they're about to blow her cover. It was a great scene and marvelously performed by the actress who played that character. And she's a German film star who is playing a very dangerous game by remaining the darling of basically Yahtzee German cinema while feeding intel to the Allies to help them win the war. That's and it's one of the most tense scenes in a movie you'll ever see, where she is this close to getting caught by this German officer, and Michael Fassbender's in the scene. He's just crushing it as a British spy who is pretending to be a German officer, and they're trying to talk their way out of it. It's kind of the funny thing about Inglourious Bastards. It's like, I love the scenes in isolation. I just hate the story. I just absolutely hate the story of that movie. I thought it was dumb as hell. But there are individual vignettes in that movie, like that scene in the bar with the actress, that are just nerve-shredding, incredible. And that's like a plausible scenario for a female spy. So you are exactly right, Redoubt, that there's plenty of room for women to be spies and badass babes in general. But that's not what this is about. It's not what this is about. This is about the sick woke worldview, which wants to deconstruct and dismantle all things masculine, all things family, all things romance and passion, wants to turn us into a bunch of androgynous blobs that lack all feeling, lack all ambition, any desire for self-improvement, any desire to be physically fit, any desire to overcome limitations, any desire to succeed, stripped, so that we can all be the same, so that we can all be affirmed. We're all fine just the way we are. Everybody's welcome, except everyone we hate. Everybody has a voice, except those we don't want to hear. Everyone is equal, except white males. Ew, gross. Sick, folks. It's a sick worldview. I'll say it till the day I die. And it's losing. It's losing. And frankly, I think Beetlejuice is a film that stands in opposition to that worldview. Seriously, I'm not saying it's like, some kind of MAGA, like MAGA right-wing movie. It's not. I'm saying that it's a film that stands against the postmodernist idea. That the family must be deconstructed. I think that really Beetlejuice is a film about family. It's a film about families pulling together, and I think that's a really great element of the story. So, Fu Man Blue saying weaponized entitlement. Wrangler says, and don't forget Kim Possible. Nick says, hire a new producer. Don't say that, Nick. Listen. No, Mr. Producer. No, he doesn't mean it. Look, Mr. Producer does a really good job. He works hard. And he knows that I'm very persnickety and I'm very demanding. But no, we get along. We get along, and I'm very grateful for my theoretical producer. Now, Fu Man Blue says, it seems like the producer would do more to help. I smell a strike. Yeah, that's... There will be no union talk on this vessel. Neutron Pack is in the chat. Says, have you seen The Diplomat? I love Season 1 and can't wait. Season 2 coming out in October. What's that on? Let me know what that's on, Neutron. I may check that out. Political show, pretty fun. Yeah, by the way, another great female spy character is the character of Elizabeth in The Americans. If you've never seen The Americans, she and her husband are a husband-wife Soviet spy team living as suburbanites in America. She has martial arts moves that are plausible, that make sense. There are some marvelous scenes where her and... what was her husband's name in that show? Was it Jacob? I think it was. Anyway, her and her husband are constantly finding themselves in scenes where they have to fight their way out, or they have to deal with an assassin or something like that. And it's done with this kind of hyper plausible, like in other words, if she's in over her head, she'll find a way to disarm or disable the opponent and escape. But if she's in a situation where she can win, she'll take the opponent out, and they'll dispose of the body or whatever it is. They're spies, folks. They're in it to win it, right? It's pretty interesting. It's a really great show, and it's kind of more down-to-earth spycraft, and I love it. I love the ending, too. So The Americans is a great example of a husband-wife spy team, and it's excellent. It's excellent. And name of she is such a popular actress in the 90s. I forget her name. She was Felicity, I think, for all those years. What was her name? Such a great show. Carrie Russell, that's right. Carrie Russell and Matthew Rhys, who plays her husband. What was his name? I'm pretty sure it was Jacob in the show. And they live next door to an FBI agent, which was a great source of Philip, that's right. Philip, played by Matthew Rhys. Marvelous show. Marvelous show. Great example of a female spy. And that show, honest to God, that show made me think that this really happened. Like, it was so damn plausible. I was like, this must have happened during the Cold War. I don't know if that's true, but it certainly feels like something that was real. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I didn't catch your chat, Fu Man Blue. Carrie Russell. Yeah, she's great in that show. She really is. Watched Asteroid City on Amazon. That was off the wall, but compelling. I might check that out. You've definitely won the argument on a couple of things, Fu Man Blue. Not least of which is Three Body Problem, which I did hate the first couple episodes, but it turned out to be pretty damn good. Turned out to be pretty good. Oh, dude, Fu Man Blue saying I played Alien Isolation but was too scared to get out of the locker. Yeah. Yeah. You've never played a video game where you will just go find a locker, get in it, and sit there for an hour. That's your game. Hours of gameplay hiding in a locker. See if I'm wrong. See if I'm wrong. People say that, like, Skyrim is a game where you'll waste hours of your life chasing butterflies, which is so damn true. Alien Isolation is a game where you will waste hours of your life hiding under a desk, and there's nothing there. It's fantastic until there is something there. Redoubt says, Ripley was a warrant officer on the Nostromo. I believe they gave her a military rank when she was brought on as an advisor in Aliens. Was she? Did she? I don't know if she had a military rank. My interpretation is she was a civilian advisor in Aliens. But she sure as hell learned how to handle herself, didn't she? Yeah, I guess they never said that Ripley was herself an engineer, but her daughter in the game Alien Isolation is an engineer, which is a great mechanic for the game because you have to solve problems by, like, building things, creating things like noisemakers, for example. You have to, like, find fuel for torches to cut through things. You've got to hack computers. And it, by the way, it recreates the retrofuturism of the first film beautifully. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's also a miserable and terrifying experience, as you would expect when you are the food. It's the only game where you play as the food, and you have to run. You have to run. Joseph says, Charlize Theron in Atomic Blonde was very good. See, listen, it's just pouring out of the chat. All the examples of original female action characters. There's got to be hundreds. There has got to be hundreds of examples from decades of cinema, TV, etc. Well, hell, you can even say Katniss Everdeen from The Hunger Games. Well, that's not a super spy, but I'm getting off track. You're right. That's more like a warrior character. But in any case, there are plenty of examples of super spies that are females. And Jenna Ortega is exactly correct. Why would you want to rip off James Bond? How about we just make a new character that's fun and interesting? And I agree with her. And by the way, Charlize Theron was great, I thought, as Furiosa in the Mad Max Fury Road film, which is a film I also quite enjoy. Would the producer's real name happen to be Lo Bianco? I never reveal Mr. Producer's actual name. The Diplomat is on Netflix. Thank you, Neutron Pack. Good looking out. And yes, Wrangler, I'm a big fan of this film. Gina Davis in The Long Kiss Goodnight. Excellent film. That is such a good movie. It really is. She is great. I see, again, Gina Davis. It factor. It factor. You know what I'm saying? You see Gina Davis, you remember Gina Davis. She was a touch implausible in Cutthroat Island, but still a lot of fun. Let's see. Yeah, Gina Davis in anything. Fletch, for example. Wrangler pointing out Katniss Everdeen. Not a spy, but still a badass babe. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now, what else do we have in the stack of stuff? I've got lots for you, folks. This came across my feed, and I thought I'd play it just for fun. Hang on. Hat tip. How it should have ended. Check them out. Throw a like on the video. Even though I haven't seen it, I know I'm going to like it.
Sorry to disturb you, Master. We need to talk.
No talk needed. Listen, you will.
Listen?
Yes, fired you are.
What?
Cancelled, kicked out, dismissed, let go, given the axe.
What are you saying?
The brute you get, laid off, forced to resign, retired you are.
No way.
Sacked even.
You cannot be serious. What have I done?
Stupid do I look to you? Seen everything I have. Entire Jedi team under your leadership. Dead they are.
Master, I can explain.
Matrix Jedi, Squid Game Jedi, Logan Jedi, even the Wookiee. So much Jedi potential. Dead.
If you would just let me explain.
Tried to hide it from me, you did. No. Done. We are. New direction. We are moving. Yes. Never again. Cancelled. Goodbye.
Master, I assure you.
Your floppy lightsaber.
Your floppy.
Keep that, you may.
If you just give me another chance.
That's so great. Your floppy lightsaber. Keep that, you may. Oh my God, dude. You know, this is healing. I know it's a parody, but honest to God, it feels like, I feel a kind of almost relief when I picture Yoda doing this, because it's like, yes, this is exactly what would happen. If this had really happened on Yoda's watch, this is what would have happened. Maybe in a less comical way, but you get my point.
In $180 million, I can make this.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Your floppy lightsaber. Keep that, you may. God, that show. What a travesty. What an absolute travesty that show is. Oh, you know what? I got to grab the Rumble chat. I closed it when I rebooted. I just don't want to miss anything. We are live on the green platform. Where is it here, Mr. Producer, if you would? Thank you. Just pause that. Okay, cool. One day we'll get the Rumble cooking. It's a secondary platform currently. One thing at a time, you know. All right, cool. Got that, so I don't miss anything. But yeah, it's like him listing all of just the absolute criminal negligence of the character of Verdestra. It's just a healing feeling to imagine Yoda saying all of that. It really is. Because, you know, I say this about that show, that it was one of the most depraved things I've ever seen. That's a big reason why. It's like, it really turns the Jedi Order into an order of, like, absolutely corrupt scumbags. Like, corrupt scumbags! And even if Yoda, in theory, did not know of any of this happening, it still dirties the character of Yoda, because it would mean that it all just happened and he didn't even see it happening. Which would mean he was not a great leader or a wise steward of the Order. That he was, in fact, incompetent at his job and criminally negligent as a leader. So I guess what I'm saying is, there's what the Acolyte says that's damaging of the Star Wars lore, but what's even worse is what's not said. It's what's implied by that pathetic, morally depraved, incoherent piece of trash. The Acolyte is some of the worst trash I've ever seen in 2 years of reviewing trash. It's kind of amazing, isn't it? Leslie Headland is a stupid human being. She is a corrupt moron. She is a corrupt, moronic human being. And a very unfortunate-looking woman. That is constructive, compassionate feedback. I would love to meet Alex Kurtzman so I could tell him that he's the dumbest man in entertainment to his face. It would make me very happy. It's like it's a secret little fantasy of mine. All right, Redoubt Productions says, I don't know what you're saying here, Redoubt. Dapawa a one, oh no, I can't do an affected Kamala accent, okay? I can't do that. I said I will let you do that. You do that, Redoubt. You handle that. Oh, that's an interesting. I haven't seen this, but that's a good call out as well. Anthony says loved Helen Mirren in Red. She played a great assassin. There you go. Look, Redoubt, you will know this, of course. In the Battle of Stalingrad in World War II, it was women were drafted as snipers. They were drafted as soldiers. They became soldiers because it was a war of annihilation, and they threw everything at that war. And there were women that were in tank crews, T-34 tank crews. And one of the things they excelled the most at was being snipers in the ruins of Stalingrad. It was a type of role where the most patient soldier tends to win. And it just turned out that women tended to be better, on the whole, women tended to be better at being patient than men in that situation, right? Waiting hours and hours and hours in freezing cold ruins for the opportune moment to take the shot. In other words, men and women are different, and we have different strengths and weaknesses that complement one another. So what I'm saying is the nonsense girl boss trope is, in addition to being redundant, cliche, and implausible, it's unnecessary. There's all kinds of real historical examples of powerful women, women in leadership roles, women in combat roles, doing things women are good at that helped carry the day. So there's no reason to have dumb girl bosses doing what they think, essentially wearing man face. That's basically what Galadriel she's wearing man face because she is imitating what intersectional feminists think men are, but that's not what they are, because any male who led her soldiers the way she did would be mutinied and would be hung out to dry by his own men for being an incompetent, evil son of a bitch. And that's pretty much it. So there you go. Joseph says, Redoubt of Manny Jacinto. My lifelong dream is to do Acolyte 2. Oh, come on, Manny. No, he didn't say that, did he? God, him and Lee Jung Jae, they don't, God. Well, they're actors, folks. You know what I mean? The intelligence level is, yeah. I mean, Millie Bobby Brown is out there saying, like, I don't like movies. They're too long. It's like, oh, my God. Dude, what was it? Who was the guy that played Yord in Acolyte? I totally forget. Yord actor. Was it Charlie something? Charlie Barnett. That's right. Charlie Barnett. Charlie Barnett is the one that thought Anakin blew up the Death Star. You know what I mean? And I'm like, he's a decent actor. Dumb as a box of rocks. I mean, just dumb as hell. But listen. Sometimes your job is to be smart, and sometimes your job is to just look pretty and say stuff. Like your dear captain. Fu Man Blue saying, any writer or general that would send the most valuable of their society into combat makes me sick to my stomach. Right. Well, I mean, yeah, that was a special case because literally Russia was under the threat of ethnic cleansing of their entire country. So they threw everything they had at it, which I know you're saying. Or I assume you understand. Maybe not. But yeah, for my part, I think that's like a special case. I don't think that's what happens. That's not a routine policy, at least in that era. In any case. Now, where was I? I did finish Terminator Zero, by the way. I did finish it, and I'll probably do a deeper dive on that one at some point. All I will say is there were moments in it that had promise, but I actually think that the problem with Terminator Zero is this is a totally different story about AI and time travel smashed into the Terminator universe. And I feel like the themes of the original films, Terminator films, are getting... They're competing with a different idea of AI and time travel. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized the reveal of the story at the end basically invalidates all of the moral stakes and tension of the first two films. Because essentially at the end, they establish that when you go back in time, although I find this idea interesting, don't get me wrong, when you go back in time, you are creating a new timeline. So the past that you're going to it's basically the Avengers Endgame model. It's like you can't actually change the past because the moment you step into the past, you've created a new timeline. So all you can do is create a new future for that timeline. Therefore, every time Skynet or the Resistance sent a warrior back in time, from their perspective, nothing changed because they simply created a new branch in the timeline. Now, while I find that interesting, it kind of undermines the entire point of Terminator 1 and 2 because all the stakes and tension are about John Connor must live. And it's like, but not really, because it's not going to change anything in the Prime timeline. It's basically the Kelvin timeline logic from the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies. And it's pretty popular these days. It makes the medicine go down, because it's like at this point, the Terminator storyline is so complicated and convoluted because of all these different updates. That's the best way to explain it all. However, does that make for a really good story, a good universe? I don't think so. I think the main problem with Terminator is it's a one-trick pony. Maybe a two-trick pony because Terminator 2 worked. But let's face it, it was basically a repeat of the concept of the first one. So I think that Terminator Zero was trying to expand the universe into something you could build on, and it's just not going to work. And and frankly, I think that the end result of Terminator 2 is kind of subverting, in a kind of Last Jedi way, is kind of subverting Skynet and the Terminators and replacing them with a new AI enemy that is, of course, female. And and by the way, Skynet is a they them. I'm not making this up. Because I kept like scratching my head, right? Because every time they'd refer to Skynet, they wouldn't say it, right? Because it is how Sarah Connor referred to it. That's how I've always referred to it. It's an it. It's a computer system. But in Terminator Zero, they refer to it as them or they. Seriously. And every time they'd say, well, it's Skynet. They're attacking us again. I was like, wait, what? Wait, you mean there's not multiple Skynet? Oh, they're considering Skynet non-binary because it doesn't have a gender. I'm like, oh, come on. Seriously? Just call it it. It's a computer system. Call it it. That's what it is. And the only thing I could think was,
Guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off!
that's basically. So Skynet is a they, them, okay? And Kokoro. I'm starting to get freaking annoyed. Every time they pronounced it, it was annoying the shit out of me. Kokoro, will you save us? Kokoro. So Kokoro, who is of course female, is the replacement enemy for Skynet. And I was like, it's complicated. It's not that interesting. The characters are insufferably boring. Some tantalizing ideas, especially with respect to time travel. But at the end of the day, an extremely bland, boring story with a lot of incoherent plot threads that ultimately subverts the original Terminator. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because I love the first two Terminator films. I love the theme of Terminator. You know, could we just get Takashi Yamazaki to make Terminator -1? Could we make that happen? Because I'm telling you, it'd be great. It'd be great if he's a Terminator guy. Maybe he's not. Maybe it's just not his lane. But I feel like if Takashi Yamazaki, director of Godzilla -1, wants to make Terminator -1, I'm telling you, it'll be the best Terminator film ever made. It just will. So anyway, that's Terminator Zero. But I was gonna check out something else. I might circle back to that. But I would like to check out the Minecraft trailer because I have not seen this. Yeah, this is the link. Thank you. Yes, yes, Mr. Producer, if you would kindly. No, that's not true. The chat loves you. They're just teasing you, Mr. Producer. Stop teasing you. Don't take it too seriously. All right, so apparently Minecraft is a video game, and I know what it is. I had a friend, same age as me, who was very into it all the time, but very popular with all the kids. I haven't played much Minecraft, but I am very much aware of its cultural footprint, and apparently a new film is coming out based on a game where you build stuff and there's no story. And it's like, why? Because we have to IP mine. And apparently it's not being well received. It's getting griefed, as the kids say, by actual fans of the series. This is not a Five Nights at Freddy's situation. The Five Nights at Freddy's film, under the stewardship of Blumhouse Studios, was loved, was great fan service, and well received by its fans. Even if your dear captain didn't fully appreciate it. Its fans loved it and thought it was great, and it was in keeping with the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. Not so with Minecraft. And I, being the captain that I am a curious man. I've not seen this trailer, and I'm curious. Is it as bad as they say? I have not seen this trailer. We're going to be reacting to it live. This is a live reaction. I've not even seen I've heard what people think about it, but I've not seen anyone else react to it either. So here we go. Roll tape.
Right this way.
Whoa. Oh my God. That looks like bad green screen. That looks like really bad. It's even worse than that. They kind of look like they're photoshopped, don't they? Look at this. Doesn't this look like a Photoshop to you? Wow. Let me get rid of these closed captions here because we don't need that. I don't need to know what they're saying. The interesting thing is, like, the animated world kind of looks cool. Like, that kind of looks cool. But I swear to God, these characters look like they are photoshopped, a bad Photoshop. All right, okay, roll tape. Let's see where we go from here.
What the hell?
Okay, hang on. I gotta pull up my back end here, as Jarrett D-Day Cobra likes to call it. I gotta make sure I'm not getting a warning here. Hang on. Gotta grab that tab. There it is. Just to keep all bases covered. Looking good. All right, here we go. Roll tape.
Anything you can dream about here, you can make.
What is going on with Jason Momoa? What is that? What in the literal hell is that? He's wearing like a pink coat. He looks like a hobo. He looks like a hobo. What? What is this? What the fuck is this? I'm just like, all right, fine. This is the weirdest situation I've ever seen Jason Momoa in. From Khal Drogo to this, whatever the fuck this is, I don't know what this is. What am I looking at, and why am I looking at it? Here we go. Roll tape.
Who are you?
I am Steve.
Dude, is Jack Black's lot in life now to just simply be the idiot clown in every bad movie and show ever made now? Hey, we are making a stupid, woke dumpster fire with incoherent story, boring dialogue, and annoying, repetitive characters. Go get me an annoying clown to just put in a scene. I have just the man for you. His name is Jack Black.
Okay.
This guy is such a tool bag.
Oh my god, I'm just so tired of this meta humor. I'm so tired of this. They, and as much as I love the first three phases of the MCU, they started this. The MCU is responsible for this trend because they were the first film franchise that started having little meta jokes, like for example in Infinity War when Spider-Man says, "Who are you?" to Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange, "My name is Doctor Strange." Oh, we're using our fake names. Oh, okay. It's like, oh, that's a funny joke, but it's making fun of the fact that Doctor Strange is a comic book name for the character, right? So it's meta humor. Now, I don't really mind that line too much because some of it works, some of it is over the line, right? But now every movie has to do this, right? If we're making a video game movie or we're making a comic book movie, we have to let the audience know that we think this is a bunch of dumb bullshit that only nerds like. Don't worry, audience. We know this is stupid. We know that only neckbeardy nerds like stuff like this and take it seriously. So don't worry. Our characters are letting you know that they know how stupid this movie is. And frankly, it insults me. It insults me as an audience member. It's like, stop trying to make the medicine go down because you think this is stupid. You're making the characters acknowledge how dumb it is. This is why it took so damn long to get Hugh Jackman in a appropriate Wolverine costume. That's why it took 20 freaking years for him to actually wear the Wolverine cowl. This mindset is why. And now, do I give a shit about the Minecraft movie? Not really. Not really. But this still annoys me. It's like, dude, if you're gonna make a Minecraft movie, why not take it seriously? Why not take it seriously? Just take it seriously. Make it an out-of-the-bottle movie. That is a perfect format for a Minecraft movie. It's an out-of-the-bottle movie. Some kid somewhere makes a wish, and that wish is somehow granted. They wind up in the Minecraft world, and suddenly, it's like Jumanji. Jumanji did this. Jumanji did this pretty well with Robin Williams, if I recall. Yeah, Robin Williams is in that, right? Yeah, the original. They wind up in the board game. That's how you do it. It's not that complicated. It's not hard. And by the way, Jumanji takes itself seriously. Meaning the characters in the film are not winking at the camera and making fun of it. That's what I mean when I say it takes itself seriously. Wow, they really phoned that in. They phoned that one in, didn't they? It just looks very low budget. Like, that's the word that comes to... I'm sure it's not. I'm sure they spent like $50 gazillion on this, and they're going to take an absolute bath. I'm sure that's the case, but I'm saying it looks cheap. It looks very cheaply made. These characters are photoshopped. What in the literal hell is this situation? What in the hell? I have no... Jeez. Jeez. Stop here and get your flamethrower. We haven't seen our sweet prince today. Wow. Now listen, I am not like a Minecraft guy. I am not a Minecraft initiate. So, I'm gonna like scroll down and see some of the comments. Because listen. I'm not gonna pretend to be the... let me throw a little downvote on there. 1.3 million downvotes. Look at this. 1.3 million downvotes to 614,000. So it's a 2 to 1 ratio right there. But I'm going to consult more knowledgeable people than myself. So here's a comment. Dear movie companies, if you don't like having money, you could always just send it to me. That is an excellent quote. Dear movie companies, if you don't like making money, could you just send it to me? I don't usually put upvotes on comments because I'll be doing it to every single one, but I will definitely do an upvote on that comment. How brave of Warner Brothers leaving the comment section open. I know, right? We bullied Paramount into redesigning Sonic. We can bully Warner Brothers into redesigning their entire movie? Oh, good luck. That was a rare situation with Sonic. Absolutely. By the way, I saw the Sonic 3 trailer in the theater today, and I have to say, my opinion of it is improving even more, because it was a better trailer. It wasn't just narrating the whole plot, and it was like there was some stakes and tension. It felt pretty fun. I think Shadow's going to be a really good antagonist, so I'm hopeful for that one. Quote, for those who can't see dislikes, this trailer currently has 612 likes and 1.3 million dislikes. You are welcome. Oh, I'll put an upvote on that one for sure. Whoever greenlit this to be a live action was snorting the finest redstone dust. So what everyone expected was Jack Black and Steve surviving in Minecraft. Instead, we got Jumanji in Minecraft. Well, shows what I know. I'm basically saying do this like Jumanji, but I don't know. I guess I'm wrong about that. Maybe. Quote, I'm currently writing an emotional letter of apology to Minecraft story mode. Forgive me. There's a story in Minecraft? Shows what I know. Well, this is why I'm going to the comments. I need to be informed. Quote, I can't wait for a heartfelt moment when Steve turns to the camera and says the real adventure wasn't Minecraft. It was the friends we crafted along the way. Let's see. Aren't trailers supposed to make you want to see the movie? I'm so thankful to the Five Nights at Freddy movie narrowly avoided being produced by Warner Brothers. I don't think my heart could take Mike with Freddy behind him saying, he's right behind me, isn't he? That's a great point. You know, I went kind of hard on the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Now, listen, I did say I liked the character of Mike. I thought he was great. He was very likable, and I liked his little sister. She was a good character. I was rooting for him. That was all fine. But this is a great point that, like, Five Nights at Freddy's took the concept seriously. Like, it was clearly wanting to be a scary movie. And it was mostly, but I just felt that there wasn't enough of the Five Nights at Freddy's environment, and I felt like the dream sequences were interrupting the trapped with the critters motif. That's my real critique of that film. But I liked that it was taking it seriously, and I liked that the critters were scary. Quote, Dear Warner Brothers, April 1st is in 7 months. You could have waited. I know. The pig from Minecraft story mode died for this. So it sounds like, based on the comments, people do not like this. Quote, they really said, what if we took all the charm and fun out of Minecraft and nailed it? That's basically every movie now. What if we took all the adventure and fun and excitement out of Indiana Jones? I know, we'll call it Dial of Destiny. What if we took all of the betrayal and father-son surrogate relationship elements and themes of Anakin and Obi-Wan, and we took all that out of it and made a show about that, we would get Obi-Wan Kenobi. What if we took all of the elements of the Force and spirituality and wisdom out of the Jedi and instead turned it into a dopey murder not mystery? We'd get the Acolyte. What if we took all of the superhero elements out of a superhero and made a show about it? It would be called Echo. You know what I mean? Every damn one of these, every fucking one of these is like this. How many times? How many times do we have to sit through this crap? How many defeats? Listen, Hollywood, for the love of merciful Christ, how many defeats do we, the audience, have to inflict on you? How many humiliations? How many ratios? How many embarrassments? How many flops? How many flop busters? How many fucking stupid people like Leslie Headland and Alex Kurtzman do you have to hire before you figure this out? Like, you know what we're saying? Your literal audience is telling you how stupid you are, and you won't listen. Like, it's, well, I guess you're fucking stupid people, so I guess that makes a lot of sense. Oh no, it's a campaign of rage and hate on the internet. Well, you fucking deserve it. You deserve it. You incompetent boobs. Decorum here. Decorum on the deck. Conduct unbecoming of an officer in the fleet. Quote, I guarantee 90% of the budget went towards the realistic texture pack. 9% went towards hiring Jack Black. Why is Jack Black? You heard that question correctly. Why is he in this? And why is he Jack Black? I don't know. Plot twist. The final boss is the Rotten Tomatoes score. Yes. This is proof that Hollywood thinks all you need to make a good movie is famous actors. Yeah, no, they learn all the wrong lessons from, like, Spider-Man No Way Home. Cameos and Easter eggs. That's what they want. Whoever agreed to make this live-action movie, your days are numbered. I wish that were true. Whoever posted this comment, I wish that were true. Cough button. What else? This is a long one, but I'm going to roll the dice. Quote, so back in 2012, my middle school friend and I wrote a screenplay for a Minecraft movie where he, I, and a couple of our favorite Minecraft YouTubers get sucked into the game through our PC monitors, and we were turned into our Minecraft skin characters that we have. We planned on having it mostly animated with live-action bits in the real world, and I think our idea would have been better. Just wish we had finished it. And there's a reply saying, wish they gave you the budget instead. Even if you have no filmmaking experience, this would have been better. And guess what else that would be? Guess what else that would be? And I'm not sharing my screen anymore. I just realized. Sorry about that. That would be an out-of-the-bottle story. That actually could work really well. Like, that could work really well. A bunch of Minecraft YouTubers wish that they could live in the Minecraft world, and the wish is granted. And by the way, let me just grab one more time, because this is such a great framework for this exact story. This is exactly what I would do. This is exactly what I would do if I were tasked with writing a Minecraft movie. The three elements of the out-of-the-bottle story: a wish asked for by the hero or another, and the clearly seen need to be delivered from the ordinary. Hello! This is what this fan is saying they wrote in the comments. A spell, which we must make logical by upholding the rules. 3, a lesson. Be careful what you wish for. It's the running theme in all out-of-the-bottle stories. Life is good as it is. Bingo. It's not complicated, folks. Dude, that's Screenwriting 101. That's from the Save the Cat, Blake Snyder, How to Write a Screenplay. Bam, there it is. It's not complicated. Now, that doesn't mean it's easy. That does not mean it's easy, and that does not mean it does not require skill. But you have an entire industry that is so ossified by corporate committee nonsense and scheming and mix in there a healthy dose of identity politics wacko nonsense. And you have an industry that is stacking up pallets of cash and lighting it on fire. Like, just on fire. Like, what? Jack Black, what? Jason Momoa, what? What are you doing? How many? Like, just how many? But to the industry executives, creatives, etc., make no mistake. Make another Minecraft movie. Make another Acolyte. Make another Dial of Destiny, another Echo. Make as many of these as you want. We will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat. The beatings will not stop. They will not stop. That's because the audience is your employer. And guess what? You've been fired like 50 times. You've been fired like 50 times in the last 2 years. Alone. Sip of water. It's not a sippy cup. That is an elite athlete's water bottle. Now then. How about... Oh, yes. There was a reaction to this trailer on Geeks and Gamers. I thought I'd take a look at it. Hang on. Let me pull this. Hat tip Geeks and Gamers. Let's see what they thought about it.
Apparently, we got a trailer for Minecraft this morning. Now, I don't play Minecraft. Have you ever played Minecraft?
No.
Okay, well, we got a teaser for the live-action Minecraft movie. I have no idea what I'm getting into here. I will say...
I am very excited. I'm very excited to see how Jeremy reacts to this.
And right now, let's refresh and see. The
thumbnail looked like some bad party. Like people were going to like some weird...
I want to see Mahler. I want to see Mahler react to this. I want to see the long man just lose all hope when he watches this.
Party.
So it's got 56,000 downvotes to 87,000 upvotes right now. So this is the teaser trailer for the live action.
Right this way!
What the hell?
What am I looking at?
Is this what it's
Holy
like to do bad drugs?
What am I looking at?
I
know, right?
Jeez, what?
I don't know, man. This could have,
Yes, that's the correct answer. You found that is the correct answer to the question. What am I looking? What is this?
Sometimes you see popular things and you go, this should be made a movie, and someone should say, no, it should just stay a video game. Like,
I feel like it's.
I can't believe I'm literally saying this, but I agree with Jay. And I do. I do. I agree with Jay. I said it myself. Like, let it be a game. It's a game. It doesn't have to be a movie. Just let it be a game. Let it be a game.
It's gonna do really good though, just because.
You think so? Just because of the name?
Because it's Minecraft.
I don't know.
Minecraft is so massive, but I don't know what I'm looking at, so I can't judge any of this because I don't play Minecraft.
That's true.
He does have a point. He has a point. I'm assuming this thing's gonna fail because it's gonna be a pile of trash, and it will be a pile of trash. Just a pile of trash. Okay, just a flaming dumpster fire. However, I do know that the Minecraft fan base is massive. It's a small country, okay? And just the volume, like how does a dollar store make money? How does a dollar store make money? Well, a dollar store makes money by volume, quantity, not quality. right? If you not low margin, high volume of products, right? So this might be a film that succeeds based on volume of fan base. In other words, if only 10% of the Minecraft fan base loves this movie and goes to see it, that will be enough for it to be a success because it's such a massive fan base. So this could be the dollar store model here.
Anything you can dream about here, you can make.
Who are you?
I am Steve. Okay.
This guy is such a tool bag.
So, okay, quick curiosity journey for the captain. Steve, Minecraft. Because now I'm starting to get more of a sense of one of the problems here. Starting to get more of a sense of one of the problems that the people reacting to this have. So, and again, I am ignorant of this, so I'm educating myself live on the internet. Steve is a player character from the 2011 sandbox video game Minecraft, created by Swedish video game developer, blah, 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 blah. Steve is the first of 9 default player character skins available for players of Minecraft. Steve lacks an official backstory, as he is intended to be a customizable player avatar, as opposed to being a predefined character. His feminine counterpart, Alex, was introduced in August 2014, etc., etc. Steve became widely recognized in the video game industry following the critical and commercial success of the Minecraft franchise. Considered by critics as a mascot for the Minecraft intellectual property, his likeness has appeared in advertising and merchandise, including apparel and collectible items. In October 2020, Steve was added as a playable character to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Where he ranked as the game's best character and has, here we go, sparked controversy due to his imbalanced power, leading him to being frequently banned from several tournaments for the game. Oh, he's that one, is he? Oh, I hate characters like Star Fox in Smash Brothers. Absolute, it is cheating. Cheating. No. Star Fox, he does have he does fall like a rock, so I will let him off the hook. But Falco is cheating in Smash Brothers, just straight up. Steve, we're going a little too deep lore. So he's the main character, cultural impact. Critics believe Steve has achieved a level of cultural impact and viral recognition outside of the character's origin. Yeah, now that's a very blunt instrument way of bringing myself up to speed, admittedly, to rely on Wikipedia. But see, this clues me into like part of the travesty that is Jack Black here, because he's not just a character, he is the mascot for the franchise, and it strikes me as a somewhat lazy choice to make Jack Black that character.
Yeah, it wasn't made for me. I'm sure a younger audience might love it, like you said.
Why do they have Jason Momoa looking like that?
Tool bag?
What the heck?
I have a tool bag, and it's quite useful, to be honest with you.
You know what? It's like the trend of uglifying the female. You know, they get these gorgeous female models to be the model for a character in like Star Wars Outlaws and other games, and they uglify them. They make them ugly, dumpy, unattractive in-game characters, but the models are gorgeous. And it's like they're uglifying Jason Momoa. They're making him look like a kind of a dumpy lesbian wearing hand-me-downs. It's weird, man. It's weird. No disrespect to lesbians. I'm just saying it's not appropriate for Jason Momoa.
There's a little more. Hang on.
Okay.
Right this way.
I mean, maybe those little...
Jeremy's face. Jeremy's face. It's so good. Look, he's got this. He looks like he just tasted something nasty. It's so good.
I mean, maybe those little plushies.
He's got a look on his face like someone just let a nasty, silent but deadly fart. He just farted. It's bad. Oh, it's bad. Who did that? Like, you know, the kind where it's like you may have a medical problem.
Will sell.
I am really weirded out by that whole thing, man. I'm not even sure what to think. I can't even speak on this. I don't know.
Jeremy, don't be a tool bag.
I have no idea. All I know is it looks horrible. But maybe I'm just not the target demographic.
That's what I'm saying. Definitely.
But judging on the like to dislike ratio, seems like a lot of people aren't very happy with it.
I'm saying is like even Jack Black, it looks like they just went to his house and picked him up like on his Saturday stroll and just said, "Hey, let's be in this movie." They didn't do his hair, like just wearing a blue shirt.
That was strange. I don't know how much of a budget that this movie has. I'm sure it has a really massive budget because it's Minecraft. So this seems to be a very bad idea, generally speaking. But
did you like the Sonic 3 trailer?
I loved the Sonic 3
Yeah,
trailer.
see that looked
but
really
I mean I did play Sonic growing up, you know. Not like an expert on it, but I enjoy it.
But the thing is that the Sonic trailer takes the world seriously. That's the thing. It takes the world seriously. And it has a clear story to it. Like, yes, there were some jokes in the story, but they fit the characters. It's actually the characters making fun of each other because they're foils to one another, which is what you want with characters. So there's a story there. What the hell is this? I don't know what this is.
The Sonic games, but that looked bad. But maybe again, I will leave it up to the fact that maybe it's just not made for me.
I mean, hat tip Geeks and Gamers. He's got a point. Hang on a second. Started the next video. All right, there we go. But yeah, Jeremy's got a point there. I mean, I could say the same thing. This is not made for me. I'm not the target audience for Minecraft. I'm just not. On the other hand, let's just be frank, you and I. It's just you and I here, my dear sailors and starnauts. In my world, all stories are up for analysis. All of them. The captain knows no bounds in story analysis. And I'm just telling you right now, that was some weird shit, bro. That was some weird shit. I don't know what was going on there. And listen. I have never played Minecraft. I understand it in terms of its cultural footprint, but like, do I know the lore? Do I understand the experience of playing it? No, I don't. I have no idea. Imagine that I were in the industry and for whatever reason, probably my stunning genius and incredible plaudits and accolades and achievements, I was chosen to helm this project. And literally, it's like, here, take a bunch of money and make this good. My first thought would be like, shit, like I don't know anything about Minecraft. But just if I had to do it, like the very next thing I would do is say, okay, I got to surround myself with fans of this game. Like I've got to surround myself with people that love this, that they've played thousands of hours of it, that know like the internet world of it. They've all got to be part of this. You know, writers who are passionate about it, other creatives, right? Next thing I've got to do is go play Minecraft. I've got to go play Minecraft, and a lot of it. I've got to experience it. I've got to understand. I got to play it in story mode. I got to know what the story is. I've got to know every single detail of the story. Then we get to work. We start writing an actual, well, as I said, my first instinct is an out-of-the-bottle story. It doesn't have to be. Maybe a superhero story is appropriate. It depends. I think in this case, out of the bottle makes the most sense. I like that YouTube commenter's idea. Me and my friends get sucked into the Minecraft world. However, there would have to be a sense of actual peril and stakes. I think this is a big mistake that a lot of video game adaptations make. They remove the actual sense of real danger, and it's like, no, there should be real danger. Real danger. 80s movies were good at this. 80s movies were very good at this concept of being, like, for example, The Never-Ending Story, right? He gets sucked in. I hate that movie, but it is well regarded. So the kid gets sucked into the Never-Ending Story, which is meant to be like a kid's fairy tale story. But in this world, terrible shit can happen to you. The nothing can eat your soul. It's terrifying, man. It's scary. 80s movies were good at executing this concept. So I would say, like, even the Goonies. In the Goonies, there is real danger that the kids experience. So my point is, you do Minecraft in that way. They're on an adventure. There are real stakes. It has to be a tight script. It has to be well written. And then when it's done, we're gonna have it reviewed by people that know the world and are very invested in it. Probably put out some feelers about the concept and to see what the fan reaction is. Hey, this is, we're doing a new Minecraft movie. Maybe hint at a couple things. See what the reaction is. Then, when we're confident we have a good piece of product that the fans are gonna like. I would say probably make like a short reel and just like test screen it, and just make sure that it was being well received by the fans. And then when the film is on its way to coming out, if we're getting this kind of reaction, it's like, dude, we're gonna have to. Well, then I failed. Like, if you're getting this reaction, I totally screwed the pooch, and there's no coming back from that. But if it's like the first teaser trailer and there's some fan critique, I think you'd take that on board and like maybe rework it the way the Sonic film did. My point is, I would do whatever I could to consult the actual fans to make sure it was good and that it was a well-written story and that it was a well-structured story. And that it wasn't this weird whatever that was. And I would win the internet. That's how that would go. I would win the internet. Lot going on in the chat. I got to catch up. Holy moly. Redoubt. That's a good one. I've always said a video game where you play as a Soviet sniper in Stalingrad would make for a harrowing survival horror game. That's a great idea, Redoubt. That's actually a really good idea. That's pretty cool. That'd be like a really good Medal of Honor, Call of Duty kind of thing. But yeah, let me kind of catch up to Redoubt. I know I went on quite a rant there, Redoubt. Don't do it, Captain. Keep your sanity. I'm sane, Redoubt. I am. God, am I sane? God, am I sane? It's the world around me that's insane. No, I would say that. I'm passionate, Redoubt. I'm a passionate guy. Stories are what I live for. And I just see corrupt people squandering these opportunities, and I just see them shitting on fans and just being assholes. It makes me mad. But more to the point, I'm having fun. I'm roasting him, I'm roasting him. Joseph saying Coca. Yeah, the name of the AI in Terminator Zero is Kokoro. And they say it like that every fucking time. It's Kokoro. I'm sorry, I'll chill on the F-bombs. Kokoro. What a dumb name for a Terminator AI. I don't like it. But Joseph saying it sounds like Kokomo, the Beach Boys song, which was a great song. You guys are... You've overwhelmed the captain's ability to get all of your chats. I just can't do it tonight. There's too many. Redoubt saying, I mean with this with sincerity, there are elementary grade kids that have done better storytelling by recording their Minecraft gameplay than this movie could offer. I 100% believe that. I 100%... Dude, I have my cousins who are much younger than me. They are massive Minecraft fans. They watch hours and hours and hours of YouTube videos about Minecraft. It's crazy. It's crazy. They watch so much Minecraft. You could do enormous YouTube channels with a never-ending flow of content just on Minecraft. So these brain dead idiots that they get to make these movies. Listen. They don't. Number one, they don't understand the material or its fans. Number two, they disdain it. That line about, like, what the hell is this? Oh, what a tool bag. You're talking about the mascot. That would be like doing the Super Mario Brothers movie, and when he says, "It's a me, a Mario," the next thing that happens is some annoying snot-nose says, "Oh, Mario, what a tool bag." That's what it's equivalent to. Which makes no sense to me unless you hate this material. You hate that you have been assigned the task of making a Minecraft movie. And it's kind of why I dislike this idea that being a nerd is somehow cool in the modern world. Maybe it is, or more acceptable, perhaps. But the fact of the matter is, the idiots running, that are running Hollywood, they disdain nerd culture. They disdain nerds. They disdain comic books. They disdain fantasy. They disdain the thinking man's science fiction like the Twilight Zone and Doctor Who and Star Trek, and for that matter, Star Wars. They hate it. That's why, dude, I will never forget the minute that I checked out of the Halo series was in the second episode when Master Chief is sitting there next to shaved head girl boss, and she says, "Wow, how fast are we traveling?" Because they're traveling faster than light. And Master Chief turns to her and says, "Well, we're not actually traveling at faster than light. You know, think of the universe as a ball of yarn." And I immediately was excited. I was immediately like, "Oh, yes, tell me. Tell me. How does this work?" And the very next thing that happens is shaved head girl boss says, "You're boring me." As in, shut up, nerd. I don't give a frack about the world of Halo. This is a stupid world, and we're going to make it our world. We're going to have, instead of a badass metal warrior that is 700 pounds, cybernetically enhanced, and is literally a weapon made flesh named Master Chief, who is grizzled, stoic, taciturn. Does his job saving the human race without complaint. No, we're going to trade all that for buttface. That would be Pablo Schreiber, a man with a face shaped like the southbound end of a northbound goat. And we're going to have him in an AI brothel crying about how much he loves Cortana. They hate this stuff. They hate it. They hate Halo. They hate the character of Master Chief. I mean, you know, because if you liked the character of Master Chief, you could never have created the character that is in that show. You just couldn't. So yeah, you're right about that, Redoubt. Joseph says, "Captain, I saw Joker 2. No spoilers, Joseph. I want to see... Joker Folie à Deux is a film I'm very excited for. In fact, I saw a trailer for it in the theater, and I was like, dude, I'm excited to see that. So, well, I mean, yeah, no spoilers if you... But how could you have seen it? You must have some kind of special access, because it's not coming out till October. You said, "I didn't want to see it, but I was with a group of people, and they wanted to see it." Well, how did you see Joker 2? Am I missing something? Joker 2 release date. I could swear it was... Yeah, it's October 4th. Joker Folie à Deux. Folie à Deux. Meaning it is a French expression, which means madness between two. Madness between two. Folie à Deux. I'm very excited to say... I'm very excited to see Joker Folie à Deux. Folie à Deux. I just love saying Folie à Deux. Anthony says, "Just tell us how you really feel, Captain." As if I could not. As if I could not. By the way, if you're going to be at SpaceCon in San Antonio, I'm going to try to be there. And if you meet me in person, you will find that I'm pretty much this way. It's congenital. There's no cure. What else? Anthony says Michael Bay's Bible of movie making. Blow shit up, lots of shit. And when the fires go out, blow up some more shit. Like, I am a fan of... I think one of Michael Bay's most interesting films is The Island with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson. I remember really enjoying that movie in the theater when it came out, but I remember thinking that and it had Sean Bean in it. Sean Bean is in it as the bad guy, as a British bad guy, a proper British bad guy. And the first half of that movie is a really interesting kind of thinking man's science fiction, kind of a dystopian, Logan's Run or Soylent Green. It's that kind of a science fiction film, the first half. But then the second half is exactly that. It's just blow shit up, blow shit up, blow shit up. And it's kind of a really good, dopey 90s action movie in the second half, which was weird because, one part of me said, I love this action movie, but the other part of me was like, I wish I had just seen the rest of that great science fiction movie I was watching when I first walked in. So, yeah, Michael Bay, he's an interesting one. Joseph says, Star Wars fans think that Disney listened to them. Did they? No. They realize the low ratings and canceled it. They don't listen to fans. They do things they want to do, what you want them, not what you want them to do. Yeah, I mean, on some level, there must be someone at Disney that's like there is just a bar that's too low for them. I think that my best analysis is not so much that they are. Well, there could be a constellation of motivations, right? They're just malicious. They're just malicious. They enjoy destroying franchises. That's one possible take. I think that's the most cynical take. They're just Looney Tunes wokies, and they have no self-awareness, and they just want to push the message, and therefore numbers don't matter. Or probably the more likely scenario is they are corporate idiots. They're corporate goons. They're corrupt. They don't understand what makes good stories, and they just are in a box with the Acolyte. Look, I think that probably they knew the Acolyte. The writing was on the wall. The writing was on the wall with the Acolyte well before it came out. But put yourself in Bobby Iger's shoes. Bob Iger, the man incapable of taking responsibility for literally anything, even though he's the leader of all of it. What's he gonna do? Cancel the most diverse and inclusive, made by a stunning and brave woman show ever in Star Wars? He can't do that. He can't do that. He's not suicidal. You know what I mean? So they just had to crap out that turd. They just had to pass the kidney stone. I think they were always going to cancel it. Honestly, I think they were always going to cancel the Acolyte. They just couldn't cancel it before it came out, because then they would have been canceling the stunning and brave female Whammons of color. And you can't do that. They can't cancel the first lesbians in space. Bob Iger, he's like, they're VOT, man. They're VOT. They probably were literally in meeting rooms saying, oh my God, we got a bunch of pronoun fuckery in this and everyone hates it. We got to cancel it. Oh, we can't do that. Our conservative demographic, the dumb rubes, they'd like that. But these wackos will come after us. We can't have that. And Bob's like, fine. We'll just have to write it off as a tax loss. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. I will say, in the boys universe, I do enjoy the board meetings in VOT. I think that is the one thing that universe is really, really good at, is like these executives that are always trying to manage the evil shit that the superheroes are doing, and they're always just, and all they care about is stock numbers. That's basically what's happening. Now, here's where I say they're dumb. Because they thought this might be successful in the first place. So, there you go. Fu Man Blue says, sadly, the cost of a project, no matter the height, is exactly equal to the amount they would pay to get the public in front of their message. It's an element. It's an element. But if all they cared about was the message, they wouldn't have canceled Acolyte. And we have to acknowledge that. I mean, that is empirical evidence that must be acknowledged. On some level, Disney, yes, they are stuffed to the rafters with absolute wackos. But clearly, there is a limit to the amount of embarrassment and or financial loss they are willing to accept. So, Joseph says, you could give them $1 billion script. They don't know. They don't know more than they do. They don't want you. I think you're saying they don't want you to know more than they do. They don't want you to have superiority over them. That's possible. Yeah, they do, Anthony. They all drink from Hollywood creatives drink from the same poison well. I mean, they do. And it used to be more benign before 2016 and the coming of the Orange Man. Just wait till he returns. Before the coming of the Orange Man, the well they were drinking from was more likely to result in cliches. I mean, that's the thing. Like, take this War of the Rohirrim thing. We've got this War of the Rohirrim, and it mostly looks well-meaning. However, it is succumbing to the trope of the girl boss. They're just turning this character into a flat-out girl boss. She's the warrior princess. And they even have the obligatory line where a man says he's not afraid of her, and she has, you should be. I'm the strongest rider you have. And it's like, oh, geez. You know, in the case of War of the Rohirrim, it might be a case of wokeism. It might be. We'll have to wait till it comes out to see. But my theory is it's just tropes. It's just tropes that are going around that same well. Redoubt says the fact that none of the models for creatures from the movie do not correlate with the game models is infuriating. How hard would it be to cut and paste? Why did they have to change the designs? I don't know, Redoubt. I don't know. Joseph! You said it, not me! I just think Jack Black is the chosen dancing monkey. He's just Hollywood's chosen dancing monkey. I mean, that episode of The Mandalorian with Jack Black and Lizzo, like, what the hell? What the hell? What was that? I still can't get over that. It was one of the weirdest, dumbest, like made-for-TV things I've ever seen in anything Star Wars. That was a true low point back then. That was a true low point for Star Wars. Now, the funny thing about Mandalorian Season 3, which is dumb as hell, it is flat out Shakespeare. It is Shakespeare compared to Ahsoka and especially the Acolyte. The Acolyte. Even Ahsoka actually has aged well compared to the Acolyte. God, you know, there's an interesting thing. I remember when I was in film school, which was a very valuable degree, I can promise you that. I was in film studies, and my instructor. I don't think you could ever do this on a university campus again. And even in that time, it was on the line. This is the early 2000s. So the film instructor did not tell us anything about this movie except the time it was made and the director who made it. And I am, let's see, what was the name? Mr. Producer, if you would. It's coming in now, folks. It's coming in. D.W. Griffith. Okay, that's it. D.W. Griffith, who was he was one of the greatest filmmakers, the early directors, very famous, very respected, the Spielberg of his time. This is in the early years of cinema. D.W. Griffith, right? She tells us, and we've been learning about D.W. Griffith all semester, right? And seeing all of his great American films. And then she tells us we're going to see this film called Birth of a Nation by D.W. Griffith. Doesn't tell us, and I didn't know anything about this film, right? And all she tells us is that it's a Civil War epic. Doesn't say anything else. Doesn't hint at what we're in for. And amazingly, the first half of the film doesn't really raise any alarms. The first half of the film, it's about a family of Southerners during the Civil War who lose. They're on the losing side, of course. And at first, it just seems like an epic about how they're dealing with this. And then, and then it becomes the heroic origin story. In the film, it basically presents what the film considers a heroic origin story for, the 3K letters, okay? And it tells their origin story as if they're heroes. It's one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't believe it. This class, and none of us were prepared for it because none of us had heard of this. And so the whole class, it's a silent film, folks. It is a silent film. And the whole class, you could feel they were shifting in their seats. They were muttering amongst themselves. They were shocked. And the thing about it was D.W. Griffith was like a Steven Spielberg level talent of his time. He was a great filmmaker. And this film was made, with great skill and care, right? Is my point. So in other words, you're watching a well-made film that is lionizing and treating as heroes the KKK. It's one of the most shocking things I've ever seen. I just could not believe it. I was so stunned. And that teacher did not warn us. She did not hint at it at all. And the lights came up, and it was like everyone was just, some people were saying, like, I can't believe what I just saw. Other people were, like me, were just mute, like stupefied, couldn't even think of what to say. But I understood the point she was making, right? She showed us that for a reason, because A, it's history. It was made, and it's a window into that time. And I remember walking up to her at the end of the class, and I just said, thank you for having the courage to show us that film. Seriously. Because it's an evil fucking film. It is an evil, evil film. And that's my point, right? Because the idea is the woke mind virus would say you should ban that film and it should never be shown. And I don't think she could get away with that today in today's college campuses. She was barely getting away with it then, right? But her point was, you need to understand, like, the history of this and the cultural impact that this had. I mean, to promote the film, D.W. Griffith was a huge Klansman, basically. And to promote the film, he had Klan rallies in L.A. So in other words, it's an important part of history. And film history in particular. And she was sharing that with us. And I thanked her for having the courage to share something that was shocking and horrifying, because it was also enlightening. It was a window into that time and that history and to the history of film. And it was an important piece. We learn about these things so that we don't repeat them, right? That's the point. So what made that film so particularly unnerving is that it was well made. Because if it were just a pro-Klansman movie that were just shit, no one would even remember it. It would be a forgotten footnote in film history. What made Birth of a Nation so notable is that a very respected and talented, gifted, really, director made it with scale and just a level of grand scale that you would expect of any epic film, but it was basically like, the Mustache Man's manifesto in World War II. You get what I'm saying? It was an evil, hateful piece of trash. It was just the most evil piece of trash I've ever seen. Why do I bring that up? Well, because Acolyte kind of reminds me of it. Quite frankly, kind of reminds me of it, because I start out watching Acolyte and I'm thinking, this is some dumb shit. I think this is some bad writing, which is typical, just like Ahsoka, just like Obi-Wan, just like Book of Boba Fett, just like Mando Season 3, just incoherent garbage, fine. But then it started actually swerving into some good performances, such as Manny Jacinto. It started swerving into some intense imagery that was meant to get across a point. I'm not saying it was terribly written and completely incoherent, but it was very clearly driving at something. The Acolyte I speak of. It was driving with intensity and passion towards a moral theme that it wanted to get across. And this twisted, depraved moral theme just kept bubbling up through little things, like Osha starting to get excited by the idea of this Sith who she has just witnessed murder 7 of her friends, and he's coming out of this pool and she's getting all turned on by it. Just stuff like that starts bubbling. The bizarre dynamic of these two, this Jedi group and this witch cult, and they're both competing for who gets to groom these children into a cult. Which cult will they choose? So as this starts bubbling up over the course of the series, by the end of this thing, it was like when I arrived at the end of Birth of a Nation, and I'm sitting there horrified at what I've just witnessed. I've just witnessed the attempt to portray Klansmen as these heroes of history. And I felt like I needed a shower. I felt like there was a film, like just a patina covering me that was making me oily and dirty, and I needed to shower to get it off of me. That's how I felt after Birth of a Nation, and that's how I felt after The Acolyte. Because love and care and attention was put into making the sick moral case that detestable show is making. Which is why I consider The Acolyte quite notable in the canon of trash Star Wars. I really am grateful, frankly, that The Acolyte has been humiliated. It has been canceled. It has been laughed at. It has been utterly torn to shreds in every conceivable way that a show can be torn to shreds. The creators of it have been torn to shreds. The bratty, entitled, greedy star, Amanda Stenberg, has been torn to shreds, as she deserves, frankly. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that the Star Wars fan base has rejected it. I really am. Because the idea of, like, young Star Wars fans forming an impression of the moral themes of Star Wars based on that show would be like forming a positive impression of Klansmen from Birth of a Nation. It would be equivalent to me. It would be like them learning that there's no such thing as morality in Star Wars, that there's no such thing as freedom versus tyranny in Star Wars, that the Force is actually a misnamed thing in the universe that was in the hands of evil, jealous, corrupt Jedi. Like, just the idea of, like, a new generation of fans forming their moral impression of Star Wars based on that piece of trash would be horrifying to me. So I am grateful that it's been discredited, humiliated, and in the final summation, canceled. In other words, The Acolyte is dead! It's dead, folks! And I just felt like celebrating it one more time. Amanda Stenberg wants to cry about the, quote, campaign of rage towards that show. Oh, it's so unfair. Screw you. Like, screw you, Amanda Stenberg. Screw you, Leslie Headland. You made a piece of trash. It's detestable, and you deserve all the humiliation you got. You deserve all of it. Enjoy. It's yours to keep. What else is in the chat? I loved Anthony talking about Jeremy's reaction to Minecraft. Jeremy looks like he just had a wet fart that backfired. Oh, he did, though. He did. Dude, his expression is unbelievable. After the Minecraft trailer, he literally just like... He's like... Oh, can I find it? I want to find that expression again. It's so good. I think I got it. Here it is. Hang on. There it is. I got it. I got it. All right. Share screen. Jeremy's expression here. It's unbelievable. It's so good.
Right this way.
Right there. he's so most honest expression I've ever seen on a YouTuber's face. He's like, oh my god, who farted? Like, what? Like, literally what? Oh, that's great. Joseph says, food Disney has always been cringy for men. Women, for the most part, on the other hand, love everything Disney does. I don't know about that. I don't, maybe, Joseph. I don't think there's, honestly, are there a lot of women fans that are just loving the Acolyte? I don't think so, because nobody watched the damn thing. Honestly, the people thirsting the most for Manny Jacinto were straight male YouTubers sitting next to their wives. Oh my god, Manny Jacinto! It's freaking weird, man. I get stalker vibes. I get stalker vibes when they talk about that guy. He's a good actor. He's a good actor. But again, empty. An empty character. Like everything Disney Star Wars does. What else? And clearly not an intelligent actor either. If he thinks that season 2... Well, listen, I will say this. I think he played a good bad guy, and the only he was the only character that you're meant to feel an intimidation factor who actually delivered. And that was purely the force of his performance, right? They failed to deliver the surprise. It was supposed to be a surprise when Chimera is revealed as the... What did they call him? The stranger or whatever? Who cares? So the story fails at every basic level. I'm not even just talking about like, oh, they didn't quite pull off that surprise. No, you have a murder mystery in which the murder's not a mystery. Do you see why I tell you that these are stupid people that write this? They're dumb. They're dumb people, folks. Anyway. So Manny Jacinto was able to like chew up the scenery and be like a scary Sith Lord, and it's like to some extent, and it's like, yeah, I understand wanting to reprise that character. Of course, it's probably a lot of fun to play as an actor, but if you want to like actually be in something successful, Mr. Jacinto, you need to consider the broader picture. You need to take a broader view of the Force, as Emperor Palpatine would say. Yes, Anthony, you're assuming that the people that created this mess had a functioning brain cell in their skull. I used to. Seriously, I used to. I really did. I was like, I used to say, like, with Mandalorian Season 3, perfect example, I was like, what? Because I liked the first 2 seasons, and I was like, wait, what? What are they doing here? What? Why are they on this stupid beach? Like, why are they chasing the stupid pterodactyl? And then all the other things I watched, and then I got to the Marvels, and the penny dropped, The penny dropped. I was like, wow. I think we're dealing with, like, really dumb people here. I think we're dealing with, like, stupid writers who just think that this is funny, and they think this is great, and it's like, no! Joseph! You can't be serious. Minecraft, $150 million budget? It looked like they photoshopped Jason Momoa into something. It didn't even look like the game, quite frankly. It just looked like they photoshopped him into this cheap cartoon. Agree, Fu Man Blue. Yikes. What? Hello, Star Fury is in the chat. Sippy Cup Alert. Star Fury, I thought we were safe. I thought, we were safe. Our sweet prince across the pond had gone off to bed, or was at work. And no such thing. Because at the end of the day, my dear sailors and star nuts, Star Fury's out there. He's out there. Let's see. Says, sorry, he is late. He had to rebuild the software on his PC after a hard drive crashed. You bricked your PC, Star Fury! That's rough, bro. I hope it worked out. That's, dude, nothing worse than a bricked PC. Oh, okay, interesting. So Joseph's saying you saw Joker Fogliati at the Venice Film Festival. Interesting. So you have seen it. Okay, no spoilers, but just gut feeling. Like it, hate it, somewhere in between. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. I'm curious. I'm very curious. What else? We have so much going on in the chat. This is like one of the heaviest chats I've had ever on the Captain's Cast. 86th episode, folks. The 100th episode is fast approaching this year, folks. Sometime in December, the Captain's Cast will have its 100th episode. And I'm going to hate myself for saying this, but I am, because then I'm going to be accountable for it. I am hoping to do something special for the 100th episode. I'm hoping to do something, kind of put together something kind of cool. 100 episodes with you, my dear sailors and star nuts. What could be better? I could not think of a better use. 100 hours, 100 episodes, and I think I average like 3.5 hours maybe per episode, so that's times. So I've spent, let's see. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's 350 episodes. 350 hours. It feels, 350 hours I've spent with you here on this channel. And I wouldn't trade a minute. I feel like I need some kind of like late 90s Creed song for that, but I don't have it. Fu Man Blue says, socially speaking, it was cancer. It had a diss track associated with it. Need I say more? Cancer. That being the Acolyte. The Acolyte. Dude, folks, they are so mad. They are so mad that it failed. Who was it that said this? I think it was someone on Friday Night Tights was saying that what they're really mad about is that, I think it was Critical Drinker. I think it was. He was pointing out what I often point out on this channel, which is that the Shills are not angry that a Star Wars show that they liked failed. That's not what they're mad about. They are angry because their sick world view was rejected. People saw that absolutely morally depraved fever dream and said this is trash. Which meant that they morally depraved fever dream from which they derive their worldview, right? You know, that would be intersectional feminism, critical race theory, demasculinizing characters, all that bullshit, all that crap. Everything has to be representative of the world we live in today. There have to be rules for everything. We have to have rules on art. Nobody can be offended by anything. And it's just all that crap. Representation, diversity, inclusion. It failed. It was rejected. It was defeated. By the only people who can defeat it, by the only people for whom it matters, the audience. The audience. And we will continue to do. We will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat on dumb, trite, woke propaganda storytelling. We shall never surrender.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
I think I play that clip because I just love that clip so much. I just love... God, Darkest Hour is a great movie. If you haven't seen it... And by the way, the snooty, pedigreed, intellectual film class, the approved members of intellectual film critique hated that movie. They hated it. They were like, oh, because it came out shortly after the rise of the Orange Man. Long may he reign. And they thought that this is like, oh, we're trying to feel good about ourselves in Western civilization. We're trying to feel good about that we're good people in America and the UK and whatever. And this is a bunch of stupid nostalgia about how Western civilization were the good guys. And that's bad because look at the Orange Man came to power. So the critics hated that movie, Darkest Hour, with Gary Oldman playing the magnificent, indispensable man, Winston Churchill. Sir Winston Churchill. Who stood alone against the fascist powers before America was able to get its act together and fight back. And they hate that film. And you know something? Screw them, because it is a great film. Gary Oldman's performance as Winston Churchill is magnificent. It's inspiring. It's uplifting. It's actually really, it's great too, because it only tells the story of from the Dunkirk evacuation and the next 5 days. It's basically it. It's basically the first 5 days after Winston Churchill became prime minister. That's the story it's telling. And it's marvelous. It's marvelous. So I think I just play that clip because I just love it so much. I'll just play it. But it's our fight. It is our fight. If we want our culture back, we're going to have to fight. And not by using the tools of malevolence, the tools of evil. That would be deplatforming and canceling. No. Lies, defamation, no. The truth. Good storytelling. Free and open debate. Those will be the tools that will take us to victory. The audience will be the arbiter of success and failure. Star Fury says, patina, word of the day. I got that from that film I showed a clip of a couple of streams ago. The film Michael Clayton, which is a great film, and it's basically just about... It's about a law firm that represents evil corporations like Disney, and that's how they make all their money. And the late great John Wilkinson plays a whistleblower. He's like he's one of the partners at the firm. He's like made millions off of this law firm, and he's had a change of heart. He suddenly realized that his law firm is evil, and so the whole film is about they're trying to shut him up. They're trying to keep him from blowing the whistle on this evil law firm. And Michael Clayton, played by George Clooney, is a kind of in-house fixer who's meant to make problems go away. And the opening monologue of that film is one of the most brilliant things I've ever heard. Like, one of the most brilliant things I've ever heard. And that comes from a line in which he says, I walked out of our law firm, our great and powerful law firm, and I realized I'd just come out of the asshole of an organism which existed to excrete the defoliant, the poison that destroys the miracle of humanity. And I felt I was wearing a patina of shit. And I was like, damn, what a freaking stem winder of a speech to open a movie with. It's unbelievably good and delivered magnificently by John Wilkinson, one of my favorite character actors. And that was the word he used, a patina of shit. You've got to listen to me, Michael. This is not one of my episodes. It was such a good speech. I love it. I could watch it 1,000 times. Let's see. Watching Shills, says Fu Man Blue, makes me feel like I'm in Mystery Science Theater. Such a great show. I love That's where I got that line. What am I looking at, and why am I looking at it? that was definitely one of the things Mike and the boys said. He says Jeremy looks like he pooped his pants. He does though. He looks like he pooped his pants. He just he gets through the Minecraft trailer. He doesn't even know what to think about it either. He's not a Minecraft player. He's going in cold, He's going in totally cold. And he just gets to the end of the trailer. He's just like, he's got this look on his face. It's so funny. I've never seen a more correct reaction to a trailer. And, it's so funny, too, because, I'm pretty much in the same camp as, this is not made for me. I mean, it's like the Barbie movie. It's it's not made for me. It's a bit petty for me to, beat up on it. On the other hand, what the hell? What is this? You know what I mean? But for all we know, it's going to be a big hit. I don't think so, though. 1.2 million dislikes, that's a hell of a ratio. Hell of a ratio. Yes, Fu Man Blue, you're saying a battle of the Star Wars nerds is underway. Theory just posted a vid that claims Star Wars Explained. Dude, that's the guy that thirsts for Manny Jacinto. Thirsts. He literally is like, I just want him to wrap me in his biceps. I just want him to be... I was like, oh, jeez. You know? So, leave some for the gay dudes, okay? Let them have some fun. Jeez. Frickin' cultural appropriation. Anyway, so theory, yes, you're correct. But they have been defeated in that attempt. And Starfury, you better have your flamethrower. In Minecraft. Starfury says Hollywood is now just a money laundering operation. I mean, it's pretty much. That's a good point, Wrangler. Everything has become like that South Park episode where they tried to put a non-offensive Christmas play at elementary school. Yeah, pretty much. Joseph saying the Shills are also very upset trying to cancel YouTubers. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that's their only tool. It is remarkable, don't you think, that they have turned TV shows and films and books, manga, into a political battle. Like, they've turned it into a political battleground. Folks, that should tell you how seriously they take this. They say there's no culture war, which is a gaslighting technique. See, they are the aggressors. They are the conquerors in the cultural war, and we are engaged in a battle of self-defense against them, and they say there's no culture war because that's one of their tools, is gaslighting, making us feel like we're the crazy ones, even though they're the ones counting up 37 genders. We're the crazy ones. They say, believe the science, and then say, which tells us there are 37 genders, folks. And then they say there's no culture war, right? These little twerps go around asking every single actor, every single director, every single writer, just guys on the street, are you ready for a female James Bond? Don't you feel like there should be a James Bond that's female? Isn't there not enough females anymore? There's no females in movies. Isn't there not enough? Every single one of them. Aren't you tired of these toxic fans? They are undertaking to dismantle things that are long established, long beloved, and are doing just fine on their own. I cringe every time I hear that the woke wackos have discovered Berserk, the manga Berserk. I am a giant fan of the character of Guts. He's one of my favorite fictional characters of all time. I love the manga Berserk. I love the 90s animated series, the anime series. I cringe every time I hear that they've once again, because they have memories like goldfish. They are dumb. They're mostly pretty dumb. And when they forget about Berserk, and then they discover it again, and then they're like, oh my god, there's a lot of toxic masculinity and sexual violence in this, and this is very, very bad. And it's like, and you say we're the bullies. We're the ones harassing you. It's like, we Berserk fans were over here minding our own business, bothering no one. And along come you wackos, and you want to change everything. No. No, we're not standing for that any longer. We're not going to take that any longer. Because it is now cool to be anti-woke. Because wokeness is, it's boring. It's a boring worldview. In addition to being a sick, deranged, unhinged worldview. Its only fuel is, the interesting thing is it is the most parasitic ideology extant in Western civilization because it can only live in a world where it has something else to feed on. Why do you think these twerps ask Jenna Ortega about, oh, aren't you excited? Wouldn't you like to be female James Bond, Jamie Bond? Why do you think they have to do that? Because they're parasites. They can only feed on other things that have already been done. They don't have any real imagination. They don't have any real talent. They don't know what it is to create. They only know what it is to destroy. What else we got? Star Fury says, someone said the 180 million Acolyte was a method to cover up the payoff to lesbian headlamp for her silence about Kathleen Kennedy and other Disney execs. That is a fascinating theory, Star Fury. Possible. I could not rule that out. What else? Joseph saying, one of my favorite all-time movies is The World, the Flesh, and the Devil. Incredible movie for 1959. Good recommendation. Star Fury says, the personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, and yes, I agree with your assessment, Star Fury. I think that's possible. Let's just say I think that's possible. Anthony's saying they've weaponized nerd culture. They're using it against nerds. I mean, really, the wackos have weaponized literally everything. Literally everything. They've weaponized everything. I still remember, like, 15, 20 years ago, sports. I am not a fan of the NFL. I don't know. I couldn't tell you anything about which team is really good and which one isn't. But the funny thing is, I used to go with my buddies to sports bars when NFL started up. And I enjoyed hanging out with them because we were a group that had different political views and we would argue vehemently about different political issues. But the funny thing is, when we're just there for the NFL, everybody is having fun. Everybody's talking about their favorite players, arguing about which team is best. And I just would sit there, kind of a fly on the wall, just enjoying it. I just enjoyed how it brought people together. I enjoyed how there was nothing political. It was just about the game. It was just about the rules. It was just about the players and the athleticism. That's all sports was about. And that was one thing about it I loved, even as a sports normie. I loved that. I loved that about it. They've taken that away from us. You know, the Colin Kaepernick thing, hitting a knee, disrespecting the national anthem because Colin Kaepernick is a spoiled, greedy, selfish brat with no talent for the game, who has never been oppressed by anyone. Disrespected the flag and disrespected the game, and when people took offense to that disrespect, they were the bad guys. And suddenly, what was once a uniting force in our culture, something that crossed all racial lines, all gender lines, it basically was check your politics and your worldly problems at the door, let's have fun and watch some football. All of that was destroyed because of shitheads like Colin Kaepernick, who were woke, crazy, wacko activists who turned a completely innocuous cultural pastime into a political battlefield. And folks, they have spread to every other cultural quarter. Comic books, movies, video games, everything. But I come to you now at the turning of the tide, because it's starting to turn around in a big way. Star Fury says, you enjoyed the camaraderie. That was what was important. Sports was just a delivery mechanism for that feeling. I totally agree. And it's not that there were no arguments, because obviously, you know, people are passionate about their sports teams. Let's get that right. But it was a fun argument. It was like, it didn't matter what your political views were. You could just suspend all that and just, we were all Americans, you know, or Brits in your case, Staff Head, eh? We were all just Americans having fun. That's all it was. And you know, the problem with wokeness is it hates that. It hates people being unified. It hates people not being at each other's throats. It hates people being empowered rather than victims. It hates when people are having fun and experiencing joy and are passionate and engaging in romance and engaging in life and living it to its fullest. They hate that. They want to destroy it. The national anthem, the most unifying piece of music in the entire American cultural framework, the flag, the one thing that doesn't care about your race or where you come from, the one thing, the American flag, they hate that. They have to destroy it. They have to tear it away from us. Because it's unifying, because it transcends the differences between us. And these are the same wackos who want to tell me what Star Trek was about. They want to tell me what the Federation stood for. The same wackos who can't go 5 minutes without pointing out a racial difference or a sexual difference or some made-up fake oppression to make us hate each other. These are the wackos that want to tell me what Gene Roddenberry's vision of Star Trek was. Well, get fucked! Because I ain't having it. All right, Redoubt, last F-bomb, I promise. Redoubt says, Stillers are going to the Super Bowl. What? If I shout it long enough, it'll eventually come true, right? Well, you know. Oh, yeah, you want the Steelers at the Super Bowl? I like the Patriots. Oh, jeez, no, just stop unsubscribing. No, don't unsubscribe, please. Why do people hate the Patriots? No, don't answer that question. Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. Now, that's what Carmine... Did Carmine Falcone say that in Batman Begins? I feel like that's in there somewhere. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. No, it's got to be a different movie. I'm thinking of the wrong movie. You come down here, and you think because your mommy and your daddy got shot that you know the ugly side of life. But you don't. You're Bruce Wayne. You're like the Prince of Gotham. You could go 1,000 miles, and you couldn't meet a person who didn't know your name. You've never tasted desperate. So you come down here, and you tell me about this world, and you don't understand. Something like that. It's great. I love that speech. Tom Wilkinson, the great Tom Wilkinson as Carmine Falcone in Batman Begins. Now, look around. What do you see? You see an off-duty cop, a judge, and I wouldn't have a second's hesitation pulling out this gun and shooting you right in the head. Now, that's power you can't buy. That's the power of fear. I love that scene. I love that scene so much when Bruce Wayne confronts Carmine Falcone, thinking he's all hot shit, and he gets thrown out on his ass. That's such a great scene. Anyway, what else is in the stack of stuff? Oh, yes. Okay, so as you know, my dear chat, I went to see the Crow remake, which I may be warming up to. Critical Drinker's opinion is it's the worst film of the year. I don't think so. I think Borderlands is... well, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's other contenders. Let's put it that way. However, he makes a great case. I don't think I've ever seen anything that was... It was so much of... It was 2.5 hours of boring, melodramatic, just soulless, depressing, self-pitying garbage. It was so slow. It was so cliche. It was so pointless. Dude, the Crow remake is so pointless. That is a movie with no reason to exist. And the funny thing was, as I was watching it, I was even thinking that, like, man, I gotta go watch because I'd never seen the first one. So I thought, this scene is so pointless, but it must be here because it's honoring the first one. That's the only thing I can think. The only theory I have for why these pointless moments are in this is because that's what's in the original, and they're just trying to redo it. Then I go and watch the original film, and I'm like, none of that was in it. It's like, it's a way better movie. The first Crow film, way better movie. And it didn't have any of the stuff that I was questioning in the second film, which makes it even worse, because I'm like, wow, the second film literally went out of its way to do things that were boring and stupid. So, anyway, so I came across this. I'm a big fan of this channel, Pitch Meeting. And I came across this. I have not seen it, but it's the Crow 2024 Pitch Meeting. And I thought, just for fun, we'd watch it. So roll tape.
movie for me. Yes, sir, I do. I was thinking we remake The Crow, the cult classic movie that's irrevocably tied to the tragic passing of Brandon Lee. Yeah, that one. Let's remake that one. Is that really necessary? Yes. Oh my God, well that means we have to do it. That is what that word means, yeah. All right, so tell me about this thing. Our hands are tied, we gotta. Well, we're gonna meet this girl, Shelly, right? And she's being chased by some bad guys. That's the worst kind of...
Stop the tape. This is such an important, crucial piece of this, right? This film follows her for like a major portion of the film. And what stunned me, because I had not seen the first one, right? So after I watch this, I go back and watch the first film. Very first thing we see is Shelly and Eric are already dead. Shit, this is already a better movie. I'm literally sitting there thinking, wow, this is already a better movie. Because that is a great starting point. So anyway, yeah, but then the penny dropped, because then I was like, okay, now I know why they spent so much time focusing on this boring character of Shelly. Now I understand it because they did not want to have it be like the first film, where, as they would interpret it, she was stuffed in the fridge for Eric. That's why. So it was for reasons of wokeness. It was for reasons of wokeness that this movie was a boring, pointless slog.
Chased by some bad guys. That's the worst kind of guys. Why are they after her? Because her friend sent her an incriminating video of this crime boss Vincent they both know. Okay. But before they can get her, she smartly gets herself arrested for drug possession. Brilliant move. Does she tell the cops she's being chased? Nope. Brilliant move. So she gets sent to this co-ed prison rehab style place where she meets the main character, Eric, who absolutely sucks, and they seem to kind of like each other.
Absolutely sucks.
But then the bad guys show up, so he shows her how to escape this place. He just knows how to leave? He does, yes. So then they just hang out and
I know a way out. He just goes down into the laundry. By the way, this is like a co-ed... I don't even know what the hell this place is supposed to be. It's like a co-ed prison/rehab center where everyone's there by sentence, but they're, men and women are free to just mingle in general population, which is like, yeah, that's not a recipe for disaster. And he just walks her on down to the laundry room and says, let's climb out the vent. The vent! Oh, jeez. Why didn't I think of that? You just go down to the laundry room and just climb out of the vent and you're free. It's so stupid.
Fall in love. Like in another city or something? No, just at an apartment in town she stays at sometimes. Aren't they actively being pursued by people trying to murder her? Yes, so they have a nice weekend together, going to parties, hanging out, doing drugs. Okay. But then somehow the bad guys find them. Yeah, that makes sense. And they freaking kill them. Fatally? Kind of. Eric gets sent to this weird purgatory and Shelly gets sent to hell.
So this is another part of this movie that I was thinking like, okay, this must have been in the original, because this purgatory thing is kind of lame. Like, this is super lame. This wasn't in the original. There was nothing like this in the original film.
Sending Shelly to hell is tight. Okay, and so Eric finds out that their love was so powerful, deep, and pure that it transcended the traditional rules of death. Oh, wow, that was some weekend they spent together. The best weekend. So he'll get sent back to Earth as the Crow, and if he manages to kill the people responsible for the injustice of killing them, Shelly will come back to life. Wow, so what are we, like 15 minutes into the movie? We're like 45, 50? Oh my God, what? Yeah, well, we gotta...
Dude, that is my exact feeling. That was my exact feeling. I was like, we are 45 minutes into this, and I finally have the inciting incident of the movie has finally occurred, which, by the way, I knew was coming for 45 freaking minutes. I was relieved. When the bad guys killed these idiots. He's so right about that.
Spent a ton of time on the relationship stuff. Well, if that's how long we need to convince people that these two are in love. Oh, that's kind of a lot of pressure. I didn't say it was going to be convincing. Oh, okay. So anyway, it's Crow time now. He's the Crow. Oh, yeah, you know it, sir. Well, sort of. What? Well, he has the power to heal himself, but if he doubts their love, he'll lose the power. All right. And so...
Oh, my God. I remember that was another thing. I was like, wait, seriously? His kryptonite is if he doubts their love? Nah, that's gotta be just a mangled plot device from the original. Seriously, I'm like that. My only explanation is that must be a mangled plot device from the original film. Again, nothing like that in the original film. It's unbelievable. It was so stupid. So needlessly stupid, this movie.
So he's hesitating a bit, you know? He's not sure about this whole thing. If he's hesitating, isn't that doubt? Hey, shut up. So then he kills a couple of bad guys and gets some clues about where the big bad guy is. What kind of clues are we talking? Well, he finds one of their cell phones and gets some info, and later he finds one of their cell phones and gets some info. Should we mix that up a bit? No, just cell phone clues. Oh, all right. And eventually he sees that video, and it's a video of Shelley killing someone while being mind controlled by Vincent. Oh, he has powers? Yeah, he made a deal with the devil so that when he gives innocent souls to the devil, he gets to live, and then also he could do mind control, and he could turn people's eyes wide, and he frowns. He's good at frowning. Great antagonist. And so now that Eric saw that video of Shelley killing someone, he's not so sure he loves her anymore. Didn't he just kill multiple people? He's just not sure anymore, and since that was the condition of his powers, he dies and goes back to purgatory. Oh, well, it's gonna be tough to get back to the world of the living if he messed up the one requirement for being there. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, he tells the freaking guy living in purgatory that he'll give up his soul for hers. Oh, so he's 100% sure about the love now? Oh yeah, sure as can be. What's changed since the last scene? Well, we're in a different scene now. That's a good point. So he gets sent back to Earth.
That's so true. I remember thinking too that like having a supernatural villain seemed silly to me because it was much more compelling to think that this is like just a bad guy. She saw something she wasn't supposed to, and these criminal scum are just trying to have her killed. In other words, elite, powerful people preying on the innocent. And I'm thinking this while I'm watching this movie. That would be more interesting to me. Like if a supernatural hero comes back from the dead to stop people who were preying on the innocent, just normal, like mortals that were preying on the innocent, that would be more interesting to me. But I guess because the original Crow must have had a supernatural villain, they must have insisted that there's also a supernatural villain. And again, that's not in the original. I was like, wow.
Then he's gonna become the Crow. I thought he was already the Crow. Yeah, but like for real this time, and there's like 20 minutes left in the movie, so it's gonna be good. Oh, gotcha. So he goes to this opera house where Vincent is and absolutely slaughters a bunch of bodyguards, just kills them real good. He's supposed to be killing the people that killed him and his girlfriend, right? Are these people involved in that? Doesn't matter, they're dead. Kinda matters. Nope, fair enough. And he chops a couple heads off and goes on the opera house stage and throws the heads into the audience, and everybody screams. Was that an audience full of bad guys? Well, no, it's an audience. So he just fully traumatized a room full of mostly innocent people. He does, so that's pretty cool, I guess. So then he finally...
Yeah, you know, that's such a great point because really the story of Eric in the remake is he is a depressed, suicidal, miserable, sad, broken, drug-addicted, hopeless, self-pitying soul. And when he becomes the Crow, he simply becomes more of that. And that's basically it. He just becomes the ultimate self-pitying, depressed, drug-addicted, miserable, hopeless, broken soul. And again, in the original film, it's completely different. He's actually a good, normal person. He's living, you know, he's a little bit eccentric, but he lives with his girlfriend. They have a happy life. And then that is destroyed by these slumlords who murder them to cover up, you know, their schemes. Then he becomes the Crow, this sort of nihilistic character.
Gets to Vincent and manages to bring him down.
And I remember thinking as I'm watching the film, the problem with this film is there's no irony. That would be the remake. There's no irony because he's just becoming more of what he already is.
To purgatory and send him to hell and save Shelley. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Wow. Yeah, and so now that she's saved, she wakes up at the moment they both died, but she's alive and Eric is dead. Wait, back to the moment they died? Does that mean that none of it happened? Unclear. Bringing her back to that point kind of makes it seem like none of that stuff happened and the bad guys are still out there looking for her. There's just no way to know what I meant by this. Well, okay then. So what do you think? It sounds like a remake nobody wanted or asked for, but you said we gotta do it, so I don't see how this could go wrong.
I'll tell you what, there was no one in that theater either. It was a dead theater. Yeah, hat tip, pitch meeting, great channel. I do enjoy that. just, at least Madam Web was kind of fun. At least Madam Web, she has to defeat like a Spider-Man level power threat with no powers. And like, so she uses like odd coincidences to try and kill the bad guy. So she steals an ambulance. I love it, so good. Madam Web, she is an EMT herself, and she steals an ambulance from EMTs who have just gone into a house to help someone. And she literally just says, "Sorry, I need this." You need this? Those people are gonna die because you stole their ambulance. And then she drives it into the bad guy. And then later in the film, she drops a Pepsi sign on the bed. It's like if Spider-Man had no powers and had to defeat the Green Goblin by like just dropping things on him and driving ambulances into him. So it's actually pretty entertaining. It's actually pretty funny. The Crow had no such charm. Like it was just depressing. It was like the Barbie movie. Even the Barbie movie's a little better than... I will give the Barbie movie credit. It is more entertaining, certainly, than The Crow. But they have in common that they are both exercises in just, oh my God, ultimate depression, man. All life has no purpose. There's no point. Just give up. It's like, oh, being a woman is too hard. It's too hard. Everybody's sad. Everybody's depressed. God, this is what you wanted in your movie about your favorite toy in childhood? Really? Like, I don't want a Ninja Turtles movie in which all the Ninja Turtles are like, there's no point in ninja stuff. There's no point in karate. There's no point in opposing Shredder. Nobody appreciates us anyway. I don't want that movie. I don't want that movie. I don't want a Ghostbusters movie about how oppressive the system of ghost busting is, which, frankly, Frozen Empire was teetering on the brink of that, by the way. I don't want a Ghostbusters movie that's about how the Ghostbusters hate what they do and they don't appreciate it and they just want to escape their lot in life and they don't want to bust ghosts anymore because it's evil and bad. Like, I don't want that. You know what? Why did the babes want a Barbie movie about a suicidal Barbie? I don't understand. I mean, they're welcome to it. I would never deprive them of that. I just don't understand why they want it. That's all. It's just curiosity. It's curiosity. Joseph says most of the scenes from The Crow are in The Matrix and made The Matrix the success it was. It's interesting, Joseph. I had that exact thought when I was watching The Crow, because I had not seen it until after I saw this dumb remake. So then I went back and watched the original, and I remember thinking, wow, I had no idea how much of the aesthetic of the Matrix film, which I think is one of the greatest films ever made. I used to think it was one of the most original films ever made, and there is still a lot in the Matrix. It's very original and very and smart. But absolutely, the imagery and the mood and the thematic visual style of The Matrix, so much of that was pilfered from The Crow. 100%. 100%. I think you're exactly right about that. I was struck by that. I was like, wow, they ripped off a lot of this for The Matrix. They really did. Like, just the way the buildings feel when Neo's walking into them, kind of the room that Morpheus and Neo first meet in, kind of the idea of the underbelly of society. I'm not saying that in and of itself, I mean, obviously, anything cyberpunk is going to borrow sort of some of those motifs. But I'm telling you, like, some of The Crow was like, wow, I remember this scene in The Matrix. So, yeah, it's an interesting point. Starfury says, I'm getting a nosebleed listening to the pitch. It was, like, it's kind of, I love what they do, because they're literally just telling you what really happens. They're telling you what really happens in the movie. Did we do the Acolyte one that they do? I'm just curious. I feel like we did. We did, let's see here. I'm going through there. We did... they have Borderlands. They have Alien Romulus. I don't think I'll double dip on those. Yeah, we did. We did the Acolyte one. Okay, cool. And it literally is just them telling you what happens in the Acolyte. Oh, no. We did the first season of Rings of Power. That's the one we did last week. Oh, they have a Rebel Moon one. Oh, I'm so tempted. They have a Rebel Moon. Oh, chat, I'll leave it up to you. I'm willing to double dip on pitch meeting, which is a bit greedy on my part, I will admit. I'll leave it up to you. We can do the pitch meeting Rebel Moon as a closer. Which other one might I consider? They have I don't think I'll do Alien Romulus. Borderlands that seems almost too easy. That's too easy. That's pretty good though. Rebel Moon, the Scar Giver pitch meeting, or a Grizzy video. I'll let you decide, chat. Anthony Star Fury says, "Have a good week." No. All right. See you later, Star Fury. Thanks for stopping by. What did I see? Gotta dip, guys. Goodbye, Anthony. Anthony has got to go. We'll see you later, Anthony. Thanks for... Oh, my God. 3 hours? Almost 4 hours. Dude, I didn't even realize how long I thought, well, I've only gone about 2 hours today. I probably should find something to talk about to wrap. I've been going 4 hours. It's because you, the chat, have been just blowing things up and being awesome. Being awesome. Is this article... Yeah, I'm going to see if there's anything major I want to cover. We have conquered Shills or Salty. I wish Grizzy did a conquered Shills video. But yeah, conquered, totally failed. Total failure. Like the worst ever. We did Beetlejuice. Nothing really to it. Nah, there's nothing to do on Rings of Power. There really isn't. Oh, the Arcane trailer. Okay, yes, I have to do the Arcane trailer. I have not seen this. I'm a big fan of Season 1 of Arcane, based on the League of Legends games. Arcane is an excellent series on Netflix, and I'm actually eager to rewatch it before this comes out. I am excited for this. I want to see Season 2. Now, I have not seen this trailer. I have not seen a trailer for Arcane Season 2, so live reaction. Here we go.
You were right, Kate.
By the way, V, or is it Fee? I always forget. V or Fee? I think it's Fee. She's the redhead. She is an excellently done badass babe.
My sister is gone. There's only Jinx now.
And Jinx is a great villain. She is a great villain.
I want to tear that laugh from her throat forever.
I'm ready.
To return peace to this city, you must declare martial law. Topside is the real enemy. You have the chance to rally the Undercity together. Your symbol. So what are you planning?
You know, if you just saw this trailer, you would think this is absolute girl boss central. Because they're not showing any of the male... There's a lot of great male characters in the show. They're not showing any of them, which is kind of strange to me, because they had plot lines that were very much unresolved at the end of Season 2. So I feel like this trailer might be trying to lean into, it's girl boss time! And it's unfortunate because it's misrepresenting the show. The show's actually got a very balanced cast of characters that are very... they're all interesting in their own right.
Watch it all burn.
Jinx is fantastic, but not least because she has an amazing... She has a very much a descent into madness arc in the first season that is very satisfying. The setup and payoff is great. She is the sister of Fee. Let me see here. Arcane. I'm just like... why am I doubting? V. Okay, I had it right the first time. V, with a V as in Victor. Okay, V is the sister of Jinx. And so their falling out is kind of the major catalyst for Jinx sliding into the off the deep end and becoming this monstrous Joker-like character. And so it makes it great fun to watch her, deliver these lines and chew up the scenery, because there's this really satisfying story explaining why she is the way she is.
You felt it, haven't you?
The Arcane is waking up.
Sometimes taking a leap forward.
As you can see, this is very much a steampunk world. It's a very well done steampunk world. And there are there are rules. Like, this world has rules. There's things you can do. There's things you can't do. And I appreciate that, because it's not just a bunch of random gobbledygook like we usually get.
Means leaving a few things behind.
Sustenance.
Then stop me.
Dude, I am here for it. I am here for that. It looks pretty good. I don't know why they left out pretty much every male character, but hey, we can't have everything we want. Again, the timeline we live in, these things must be taken into consideration. I'm slouching in my chair too much. But, yeah, November's a long time to wait, but it'll give me time to watch the first season again. I hope they maintain the quality. I really do. Let's see here. V as in Violet. Thank you, Redoubt. You are correct in this matter. Somehow, Arcane Season 1 became one of the best video game adaptations, best action series, and one of the best political thrillers in years. You're right! And you say, how? And it's like, I don't know. I don't know. They hired really smart writers. They did. It's like, who wrote this thing? Actually, that's a good question. They hired people who do not include as a large part of their diet lead-based glue. It's a throwback, man. It's like back when series, honestly, Arcane reminds me of like a show written in the 2010s. Like a show that came out of like when Netflix Daredevil was at its prime. That's kind of the feeling I get from Arcane. It's written in that style, a kind of long-form character drama, right? That just plays out with changing loyalties and really gut-wrenching betrayals and rivalries. Like, that's basically what it does. And it's a throwback, man, because that's not nowadays. It's just kind of, the most striking thing about Disney Plus shows is how boring. They're so boring. They're just characters talking in circles, characters with long pauses, Rings of Power, same deal. Just mulching over things we already know over and over and over. It's so strange. It's like there was a period, like when House of Cards was a big thing, like back in that era, again, it's like the late aughts to 2010s, they would tell these great sweeping long-form character-driven epics. And that's what Arcane very much is. And it makes it satisfying when you hear the character delivering those great villain lines, There's a sense there's something actually at stake. In fact, let's see. This is... let me find full cast and crew. Full cast and crew. Series writing credits. Let's see here. 9 episodes. Ash Brannon. Story by, written by, and then there's a whole host of other writers. So it looks like a lot of different writers. Seems like the main writers were Christian Link, Ash Brannon, and Alex Yee. Doesn't ring a bell. They haven't written very much. Ash Brannon, looks like, did Toy Story 2. And, let's see here. Ryder, yeah, Toy Story 2 Redialed. Toy Story 2, the film. Okay, cool. So he did that as well. Christian Link. Let's see here. I mean, they don't have a lot noteworthy, so I guess, maybe just fresh talents. Could be. Joseph says, I saw a movie like this before. It was One Piece or Demon Slayer. It was very good with good stories. They're few and far between these days. Joseph votes Grizzy. Joseph votes Grizzy. Redoubt votes Grizzy. Stop, Yuri! Votes Grizzy. Well, the fix is in then, folks. It's a Grizzy video. Now, if you don't know, there are those who enjoy the birth of a nation level depravity of a show like The Acolyte. There's no amount of failure that ever causes them doubt. There's no amount of use and abuse at the hands of Disney or Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant that ever can dissuade them from cheering and clapping like seals at everything Disney Plus shits out. They are called shills. They suffer from a terrible disease. It's called shillery by proxy. It's debilitating, totally incurable, and it makes me sick. But there is a man who has a cast iron stomach, and he studies these shills for posterity. You can tell my intro's getting tighter every time. And his name is Mr. Grizzy. He studies the shill. He studies what makes them tick. He studies their unusual sadomasochistic devotion to Disney. And perhaps with his timely research, we may yet discover the cure. But until such time, we will indulge in watching his studies and laughing hysterically. So let me find... I haven't even found a Grizzy video. I don't even know what he's got. What has he even got? And I saw something in the Discord. You guys posted something in the Discord, too. Wrangler posted a video about is Disney Plus worth dying for? Apparently, the Film Theories channel has analyzed Disney Plus's terms and conditions in which you sign away, literally, your wife. Just sign her away. She chokes on something at a restaurant because of an allergy. Too bad. Too bad. You can't sue. What is this, Redoubt? Redoubt Productions sent me this meme in the Discord saying me whenever the captain mentions Birth of a Nation, and it's just a dog who looks terrified and shocked. I know. What? I would think you'd appreciate that. No, I'm telling you, that story, that's a true story, Redoubt. I'm sitting there in that theater, and I was horrified, but also couldn't believe that the teacher showed us that. So, anyway. Oh, dude, Grizzy is live right now. He is live right now. I can't, it's a members only stream, so it would be impolite of me to share that stream. But yes, check it out. Acolyte shills launch a cancellation campaign against creators. That one looks promising. Woke SJWs defend Amanda Stenberg and cringe video. Well, which should we do? I feel like the Acolyte cancellation one will be more of a documentary, but Amanda Stenberg might be funnier. Any thoughts, my dear chat? Last chance. I think I'm going to pick the one. Here we go. Share screen. I can't decide. Okay, let's do Disney Shills Freak Out, because we did get a victory here, so let's celebrate it with a Grizzy video.
All right, so for those of you who have been paying attention to Twitter as of late, you may or may not have noticed that
something's happening.
The vocal minority in the Star Wars fandom, aka fans of the canceled Star Wars The Acolyte series,
Yes!
have launched a
That is how we must always refer to it. The canceled Acolyte series. They're so mad. Oh, we've really kicked over the hornet's nest this time, haven't we? Oh, boy.
cancellation operation against content creators who have been critical of the show because they desperately, and I mean desperately.
This is so pathetic. This is exactly what these right-wing incels wanted, and now they get to celebrate. Yes, we do. I am so disappointed in Star Wars right now.
Need someone to blame for it. So I think everyone knew that they would naturally blame us, but now the day has come to where they are demanding that YouTube demonetize and deplatform channels who they claim are racist, bigoted hate channels.
Which reminds me that, like, never forget that this is what separates us. This is the difference between the Federation and the Cardassians. This is the difference between the Federation and the Dominion, or the Borg. We do not seek to deplatform them. We do not seek to silence their voices. And while we shall have no reciprocity in that regard, we nevertheless shall inflict defeat. Defeat on their ideology.
Well, that's a very entertaining story, but unfortunately, real detectives have to worry about that little thing called evidence.
And when asked to provide proof of these accusations, naturally they don't have any and just say, nah, man, I don't have to provide the proof. Get the fuck out of here.
Brilliant! Brilliant!
This was a coordinated effort amongst Disney Star Wars shills, many of whom were paid by Disney to support and defend the Acolyte, and they are using Amanda Stenberg and that entire situation to try and force YouTube to demonetize these channels for bullying. This manifesto was sent to Team YouTube by some of these crazy woke Acolyte fans. Manifesto was sent to
consider for a second this tweet, right?
At Team YouTube, you ask us to report hateful and harmful content, yet ignore these reports in favor of monetizing hate. If hate has no home on your platform, uphold your policies.
It's like, we're the bullies, right? That's how this works. Literally, the only thing we want is for Star Wars to be good, to honor what came before. And it's these wackos who literally sit there on their YouTube channels saying, oh, it's good that they changed the lore. It's good that the Jedi are now the bad guys. It's good that we're questioning the heteronormative male patriarchy of Star Wars. What did we ever do to you? Like, why do you come for our things? But the interesting thing is, it's a figure of speech. It's not literally our things. It's, in other words, things we are fans of as they were in their original form, which they seek to change. But notice how they need to own everything. At the end of the day, these shills that you're seeing in this video, they are at their core authoritarians. Those who point the finger at perceived fascists, look at how fascist they are. They want ownership of Star Wars. They want ownership of Star Trek. They want ownership of Doctor Who. They want ownership of the Warhammer hobby. They want ownership of the Dungeons and Dragons hobby. They want ownership of comics. They want ownership of sports. They want ownership of literally every quarter of society. And when they don't get it, they get mean. Or meaner. It says a lot about them, doesn't it, folks? It says a hell of a lot about them.
Monetize these channels for bullying. This manifesto was sent to Team YouTube by some of these crazy woke Acolyte fans. As I said before, this was coordinated and planned out ahead of time. And as you can see at the end of this paragraph, it actually names Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Kinnell, and Nerdrotic. So real quick, here's what they have to say in this. So the manifesto opens talking about Milo Yiannopoulos and how he was banned from Twitter for targeting Leslie Jones from Ghostbusters 2016. They then proceed to attempt to compare that situation to the current content that Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Kinnell, and Nerdrotic are currently putting out, and then call on YouTube to demonetize them. Feel free to pause the video and read that full paragraph if you'd like.
Yes. As fans of the Star Wars franchise, we have tirelessly witnessed a handful of YouTube creators continuously drive prolonged insults and harassment against marginalized actors, so Stunning the Brave, members of our community. Enough is enough. Imagine the lunacy of this. The lunacy. If you can define an actor as marginalized, they are immune from their work ever being criticized, ever being disliked, ever being panned by critics. That is unhinged. That is unhinged. Why do you think I call them wackos? Because that's wacko think. That's insane. And by the way, it also happens to be racist. Racist to say that if someone has a certain skin color, you can't criticize them. How is that not racist? How is that not talking down to someone? How is that not treating them differently because of their skin color? And actually treating them as though they're made of glass and they'll break. Oh, they're too weak and fragile. They can't accept criticism of their work. They can't be held accountable for the quality of their work because that would be hurtful to them and they can't handle it. Look at how patronizing and condescending it is to say that an actor cannot and should not ever be criticized for a bad performance or be criticized for being in a bad TV show because of their marginalized status. It's a sick worldview. Open quote. Enough is enough. The Star Wars fandom demands. As if you speak for the Star Wars fandom, but in any case, YouTube enforce its community guidelines against prolonged insults and incitement of targeted harassment towards women of color by demonetizing YouTube channels Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Kinnell, Arcane, Outpost, and Nerdrotic. What was it, a 14% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes? You would be speaking for the 14%. And I don't even think you're speaking for the 14%. You're speaking for like the 2% of lunatics. You're speaking for the 2% of lunatics who are just big mad that their latest, the latest incoherent, embarrassing, humiliatingly badly written piece of trash, that they failed again to make it a success. How many of these? It's unbelievable. Every single one of these things goes down like the freaking Hindenburg, and they can't handle it. And folks, the shell has just been cracked off the nut. It's the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, it's so amazing. We've gone through this cycle like 10 times. Obi-Wan is gonna save Star Wars. Mandalorian Season 3 is gonna save Star Wars. Echo is gonna save Marvel. Secret Invasion is gonna save Marvel. Again and again and again, we go through this exercise, and they have lost it, folks. They've lost it. They've been defeated so many times, they're desperate, folks. They're desperate. It's a disease. They suffer. They suffer.
Go and read that full paragraph if you'd like. So the next part of the memo is called the facts, which I guess is the case being brought against these guys, which is a series of pull quotes taken completely out of context in an attempt to paint a picture that these guys are these massive racists in an attempt to slander them. Then the article concludes with the actions required that YouTube needs to take, and I'm just going to read the final sentence of this. We urge YouTube to enforce its community guidelines and demonetize these channels immediately and permanently.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen.
Oh, and no sincerely yours or anything at the end of this, so whoever wrote this wants to remain anonymous.
You know, at the end of the day, a lot of people say, you talk about woke people. Well, what are woke people? And at the end of the day, I would say it's very simple. Spoiled brats. Seriously. We have some emotionally stunted spoiled brats who are literally trying to oppress the rest of society by arguing that they are oppressed. It's kind of like it's kind of scary when you think about it, because it used to be that when smug, entitled, petulant little brats ran their mouth, they effed around, they found out, and it was funny. And it was like, oh, that's funny. Yeah, you got what you deserve. But now they are freaking running things, man. They are running things. They're running things at Disney. They're running things at Marvel. They're running things at Warner Brothers, and they have amassed a scary amount of power in our society. It's kind of crazy. Now they're losing that grip on power. They're losing it, and that's why they're so angry. But at the end of the day, what are they? They are spoiled, immature brats who are mad that they're not getting their way. In one sense, it's the most basic primal lizard brain expression of human nature. Truly.
Pussy. And like clockwork, after this memo was made public, all of the Disney shills came out to support it. Fix it at YouTube. Demonetize Nerdrotic, Ryan Kinnell, Arcane Outpost, and Geeks and Gamers immediately. At Team YouTube, please demonetize Geeks and Gamers.
I love this. Oh, this is the most perfect Orwellian double split. This is perfect. Classic wokey. Classic wokeness. What do I always say? Wokeness has no principles. None. Because in order to have a principle, it must sometimes be inconvenient, even painful, to uphold that principle. If you think you have principles and it's never painful or difficult to stand by them, then you don't have principles. For example, if you believe in free speech, you believe that people whose speech you find detestable have a right to speak, which means it's painful to have to defend that right, even though you hate what they're saying. That's what having a principle is. Star Trek used to be about principles, right? It's like, we want to save this species from destruction, but the Prime Directive forbids us from interfering. If we just gave them a little technology, we could fix their problem and save them. But the Prime Directive is a principle which prohibits that. Why? Well, because we've learned hard lessons over the years. You hand a species a technology they're not ready for, suddenly it has a ripple effect. It poisons their entire society. They wind up developing terrible weapons that destroy them all, and now we have made things worse, even though we had good intentions. So even though it is painful and difficult to have to walk away, that there's a reason we have this principle, the Prime Directive, right? Star Trek used to be, a lot of these shows were about that very concept. It's a lot harder to be the good guy than the bad guy. I think RFK Jr. puts it brilliantly. When can you ever point to a time in history where the censors were the good guys? Can you think of one time in history where the guys censoring people were the good guys? No. So here we have this snotty little brat, Scotty J-Ro, on Twitter, and he says, number 1, demonetization isn't censorship. Hate speech isn't protected speech. So in other words, I don't believe in censorship and I want censorship. I believe in free speech, just not that kind. Harassment is never okay, while I freaking harass these 3 YouTube channels and try and destroy their livelihood. Wackos.
Ryan Kinnell, Arcane Outpost, and Nerdrotic. I've been reporting these channels since 2018. I've reported thumbnails. I've reported blatant breaches of the TOS. I've written emails. I've spoken about it on social media. I've made videos. I've done everything in my power to remove this bigotry. Have you?
Oh, dude, this is Grayson. That's Grayson. That's the guy that's constantly, he's the reply guy that's constantly replying to like Nerdrotic and D-Day Cobra. What a little snot nose. What a little pajama boy. Jeez.
I've done everything in my power to remove this bigotry. Have you? Just a shot in the dark here, but if you've been reporting them every day since 2018 and no action whatsoever has been taken against their channels, maybe they're not breaking YouTube TOS. In fact, the only people breaking YouTube TOS are these people, launching a targeted harassment campaign meant to deplatform content creators you don't like, as well as encouraging your followers to report these channels, does violate YouTube TOS. One of the leaders of this effort to get these content creators deplatformed is Molly Damon and Star Wars cross-dressing Sexplained. You know, the normal Star Wars fans who we should all aspire to be like.
What? Oh.
Remember, this is the person who said that if you criticize the writing of the Acolyte, that is not valid criticism and you are homophobic.
People are just coming out of the woodwork to say, oh, I hate it because the writing's bad. No, you hate it because there's a lesbian.
Fake news Kyle Katarn, Catfish Katarn, who I guess is still angry about being catfished by a 36-year-old man, and we got the hashtag going down there below. He is also calling on these content creators to be demonetized. Then we have this guy, J.A.I. Acob, J. Karen here, who admits to reporting channels, saying, I've started reporting a few channels myself that have engaged in this targeted harassment. Hopefully YouTube will improve in banning and demonetizing these people. So remember...
It's so funny. Grizzy on his live streams, he gets these little pajama boys. They come into his chat. And they're like, no, you're a bunch of racists. You're bigots. Oh, you evil bigots.
Remember when I said earlier that these people are using Amanda Stenberg in order to try and get these people canceled? Well, they are also using her and this situation to try and make themselves the victims as well. J. Karen, again, second paragraph, and harassing actors, then he has in parentheses.
I love it. It's absolutely fine to dislike a certain character or particular story.
Well, thank you for giving me your permission, Jacob. Unfortunately, I don't need your fucking permission to dislike a character. Get bent. Like what? Who do you think you're talking to?
However, when that hate is mainly rooted in blatant racism,
Says you, loser.
sexism, ableism, or any other form of bigotry which I've invented as a fantasy in my mind, that's when it needs to be addressed and subsequently handled because I didn't get my way. Freedom of speech has not and never will equate to freedom of consequence. And harassing actors, as well as specific individuals simply enjoying a show that have put lots of hard work and dedication into a project will never be okay.
You hate freedom of speech. You hate it. You hate democracy. Because in democracy, people you don't like get a say. What you want, Jacob, is to get your way. What you want, therefore, is power to coerce other people. There's a word for that which you frequently misuse. Do you know what it is? Fascism. That's what you want.
As well as individuals for simply enjoying the show, making it about himself. Catfish Katarn, what exactly was the point of everything we as creators had to put up with? The constant cyberbullying from chuds and incels, and for what? Making it about himself. Molly Damon, again.
If you got bullied like we did, I see you. It sucks.
And at the end of the day, I think what's going on here is something I've been saying here on the channel now for months. The fact that we have more fun ripping Disney Star Wars than these people do enjoying it triggers the hell out of them so badly that they have resorted now to this. Thanks for checking out today's video.
Hat tip to Mr. Grizzy. Give him a like, give him a follow. A man, a gentleman, a scholar is Grizzy. Volume, Mr. Producer. Yes. Consider for a moment. In addition to being morally incoherent and morally bankrupt, in addition to being inconsistent and hypocritical, and in addition to being, quite frankly, sick, the woke that is let's just call it shit leftist, quasi-fascistic worldview, which seeks to control and dominate all quarters of culture. In addition to being all of those things, do you know what else it is? It's self-defeating. It's self-defeating. It's ineffective. If they got their way, it would change nothing. They can ban as many channels as they want. You see, the reason why authoritarianism is ultimately doomed to fail throughout human history, and it does fail. Sometimes it takes 1 generation, sometimes it takes 10, sometimes 100. Sometimes tyranny lasts for a year, sometimes 1,000. But in the end, monarchies are abolished, aristocracies are overthrown, politburos are disbanded, Berlin walls are torn down, and the complicit citizenry is forced to walk through the camp and witness what they've done. Because at the end of the day, the human being is free, longs for freedom, and will fight until he is free. He will not be controlled. He will not be contained. He will not be told what to think. You cannot make people like the Acolyte. You can't do it. You could ban 1,000 YouTube channels. All you will do is you will make people more determined to lampoon it and meme on it and make fun of it because it's an act of defiance. There's a very old expression, what you resist persists. In fact, can I find this? I just have to find this. I'm just going to download this and make sure I have it ready to go next time. I just didn't think I was going to go on this tear. But it's from one of my favorite films of all time, starring Sir Anthony Hopkins. The amazing speech in Amistad, where he's arguing for the freedom of the slaves captured illegally.
Man, woman, or child will go to regain freedom. And the proof is the length to which a man, woman, or child will go to regain it once taken. He will break loose his chains. He will decimate his enemies. He will try and try and try against all odds, against all prejudices, to get home.
If you have not seen this movie, folks, you have got to see it. It's one of the greatest films ever made, based on a true story, and that is Anthony Hopkins playing John Quincy Adams, arguing before the Supreme Court. The proof that freedom is the birthright of all humanity is the length to which humans will go to be free. And so my observation of this shill behavior is that it's delusional. Banning people will not stop the truth. The truth will lie in wait for all time. And so, my dear shill, the tragedy of your existence is that your project, the woke project, a project of coercion, reverse bigotry, reverse hatred, revenge, resentment, it's doomed to fail. And it always was. It's just a matter of you coming to terms with that truth. And until that auspicious day, we of the Iron Age, we of the Fellowship, we of the true nerd fandom, we who long for the days of great Star Wars, Doctor Who, Halo, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, Indiana Jones, et al. Ad infinitum, we will make fun of you. And we will have a great time doing it. The Acolyte is dead. It's dead. How do you feel, Shill? How do I feel making fun of it? Well, I feel great. It feels great. It's so great. It is great, isn't it? When a bad show gets what it deserved. Folks, make no mistake. Acolyte, I really think Acolyte is the most humiliated any TV series has ever been. Like, literally ever. And that's saying something, because Echo was humiliated, Secret Invasion was humiliated, Ahsoka was pretty much humiliated. Oh, Dial of Destiny. Dial of Destiny. Oh, my God. Kathleen Kennedy was humiliated. Humiliated with the failure of Indiana Jones' Dial of Destiny. It was great. Phoebe Waller-Forehead. Oh, I'm so smart. I'm so beautiful. Nobody thought that, bitch. Like, literally nobody. Humiliated. They are never going to touch Phoebe Waller-Bridge in a film like that again. Never. Meanwhile, you have Haley Atwell being gorgeous, just cute and seductive and fun in Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, just crushing it. Just a total babe. Badass babe. Haley Atwell in Dead Reckoning. For that matter, Jessica Ferguson in the Mission Impossible series also is excellent and super hot and super awesome. Just crushing it. Humiliation of Phoebe Waller-Forehead. Even so, the Acolyte's humiliation was so total, so comprehensive, so public, largely thanks to the Shills, because the Shills fought harder for this one than I think I've ever seen them fight. I've never seen anything like it, dude. The Grizzy videos were off the charts over this one. They were just like, oh my God, Manny Jacinto. Oh my God, Chimer's so good. Nobody thinks that. Like, nobody. Nobody thinks that. I love that. They're like, oh my God, when Osha choked her master and her surrogate father and killed him in cold blood, it was the most stunning and brave and empowering moment of all time. Thought nobody. Except you, Shell. They were here. Yeah, folks, then, this is the best part, though. This is the best part. With all those other things I just mentioned, they were quiet. They were silent as the grave. Kathleen Kennedy said nothing about Indiana Jones. Phoebe Waller-Bridge wasn't out there saying anything about Indiana Jones on the Dial of Destiny. I didn't hear Samuel L. Jackson going and doing a bunch of interviews about Secret Invasion. No. Echo, I didn't hear her say anything. And that was smart, because that would have only added energy. But in the case of Acolyte, they went on The View. They did music videos. They did interview after interview. Leslie Headland ran out there after every single episode. She ran out there and gave another puff piece interview with some dipshit, Hollywood reporter type. Oh my God. Is the Star Wars fan base misogynistic and homophobic and racist? And why is the answer yes? And then Leslie Headland would be like, oh my God, like, I don't know. Like, I just think that, this is really good stuff. And then she'd say something else that was just destructive and disrespectful to the Star Wars lore. And they would just add another layer of energy to it. And then the Shills would have to run cover not just for the show, but then they'd have to run cover for Leslie Headland. And then they had to praise Amandla Stenberg. She's so stunning, so brave, even as the whole world is laughing at her. And then the hands on the View. And it was just this energy. It was just building and building and building. Then, after that cataclysmic failure and embarrassment, then they started talking about season 2. What? And then they were on that hill, man. They were just like, season 2, it's gonna happen. Everybody loved Chimer. Chimer was so sexy and so stunning and so brave. And Osha was just so great. She was so interesting. I can't wait to see it. And there's definitely gonna be a season 2. And it's a season 2 has been canceled. And then wait, what? No! Oh no! What happened, Shill? What happened? They were humiliated so totally, so comprehensively. I don't think it's ever been this bad ever. And it was just a perfect storm. It was a perfect storm. They lost in every possible way you could lose, shilling for this show. Now, don't misunderstand. You and I don't see things this way. Like, nobody likes Avatar: The Way of Water. That I don't lose anything, okay? People think Stranger Things season 3 is dog shit. I don't. I don't lose anything. Like, we don't think that way, right? The Shill does think this way, though, because they are engaged in a cultural war of attrition in which IPs are property. They are property to be fought over like land masses in World War II, like resources to be consolidated into their hegemon. So while we don't view it this way, they do, folks, and we took away. We didn't really, because we have no power to do that. We have no power to do that. All we know is we hated it. It was crap. That's all we know, and it's funny to laugh at it. But in their world, we denied marginalized people. We denied them their due. The world is their due. And you dumb incels, you dumb right-wingers, you wouldn't let them have what was theirs. We're like, what? What? And then, after their hegemon, their foothold, their last toehold in the Star Wars canon was ripped from them, their showrunner, so stunning, so brave, so lesbian, she was humiliated publicly. Their star was laughed at across the internet. The ratings were a disaster. Disney threw them under the bus. Disney hung them out to dry after all the gift bags and the tours. Just threw them out. Get out of here, Shill. You're not wanted anymore. You were supposed to make YouTube videos to keep this from happening, and you failed. Away from me, Shill. Bob Iger, he didn't give a shit. Bob Iger's like, I'll just sleep on my pillow of money. Bob Iger's getting paid. The whole Disney company could go down tomorrow. He's getting paid, folks. Paid. That man will want for nothing for the rest of his days. He didn't give a shit about the Shill. Screw the Shill. Screw him. After all of that, we're having the time of our lives. We're laughing. All the Nerdrotic, Ryan Kittle, Valiant Renegade, Critical Dream, they're booming, folks. It's a boom town. Now you understand why they're so mad. Now you understand why they had to try and do something. They've never been so comprehensively defeated. And I have a feeling that this isn't even the worst one. I think the worst defeat they are to suffer is yet to come. Because, let's face it, folks, they're dumb as a bag of hammers. And there you have it. Nick says, what a great show. You must be speaking of The Acolyte. The Acolyte is such a great show. What show? To which show do you refer, Nick? Oh, yes, I have to go further back in the chat. My bad. Oh, yes, Fu Man Blue. I love some Star Trek. Ultimate Kahuna is in the chat. Ahoy, Ultimate Kahuna. Says Fu Man Blue says, the very first thing you do to people by breaking the Prime Directive is you divide them. Some will want it, some won't. The simple offer would be catastrophic. Yes, there are many episodes in every of the actual Star Trek series that would be pre-Alex Kurtzman, the dumbest man in entertainment. There's lots of great episodes in the original series about Prime Directive not being followed and having dire consequences, or at least a situation in which if they don't ensure the Prime Directive is followed, it will have dire consequences. And that's the point. Having principles is difficult. I often mention it. Like, one of the best episodes of Star Trek ever is that Voyager episode, The Void. Because in that episode, Janeway is faced with a situation in which all of her officers, even Tuvok, even the Vulcan, is telling her, listen, we may have to rob and steal to survive here. Let's just face it. And Janeway is the only voice saying, even in a situation as dire as this, we can't do that. We can't betray our principles. And she has to take a lot of L's before her philosophy is proven right. It's kind of one of the few episodes where I think Janeway truly is held accountable for her decisions. I do think that's one weakness of her character. She too often just gets off the hook and I think in ways that it's just the plot lets her off the hook, and I sort of hate that. I think it undermined what is otherwise a great Star Trek captain in Janeway. I love Janeway. She's a great character. But she does get some Deus Ex Machina help, a little plot armor help too often. But that was an episode where she did not have plot armor. Like, she had to take some L's in order to prove her thesis that Federation principles, even in the most dire circumstance, were even more important. And that is something that wokies will never understand because they're spoiled brats. That's all they are. They're toddlers that want their toy. And someone is telling them they can't have it. We want candy for dinner, and, mother and father are saying no. And fortunately, for all of us, toddlers usually lack political power. Ultimate Kahuna says, I don't like to upset people. I don't even like to be seen as trying to upset people. Well, that's good, Kahuna. But bad writing aside, I don't care for gay shit. My entertainment, if the story is good and everything else is good, I may tolerate it, but still. Well, nobody is entitled to be liked, and that is the problem with the Shills. They think that they're not, freedom is not enough for them. They must have, just the idea that they belittled marginalized actors. Okay. So you're saying that if I am a, quote, marginalized actor, then therefore I must never be disliked? First of all, that's not in your power to decide or demand whatsoever. But second of all, that's insane. That's like literally an insane idea. And a racist one. That's a racist idea. That, like, oh, no, this person, because of their skin color, should be immune from all criticism and must be liked. In other words, you're not treating them as though they're an individual responsible for their actions or having, it's bizarre, quite frankly. You're entitled to not like anything you don't like. I think I heard some, I don't know, some stupid interviewer or something said, what about a gay James Bond? It's like, if you want to make a gay super spy, go make a gay super spy. Just go do it. And probably it's going to be a niche audience because that's just how the demographics work out in terms of interest. But to try and make a gay James Bond is insane because the entire canon of James Bond is about him being a poonhound. Like, okay, that's the whole point. Have you ever heard the term Bond girl? That's for a reason. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's wrong-headed thinking. It's like there are, and look, this may be to some extent a failing of we nerds at some point. I think I'm not speaking for all nerds, but certainly in my case, I think at first I liked the idea of the J.J. Abrams Star Trek bringing new people into Star Trek. Even though I didn't like those movies for a lot of reasons. I mean, I was okay with them, but I had my issues with them. And let's face it, it was nice to be able to talk about Marvel characters, and suddenly everybody knew what you were talking about. Everybody could talk to you about Captain America and Iron Man, and there was something fun about that. But there was a dark downside to that, which is that that meant that now something that was niche has to be tailored for a large audience, and that destroys what it is. So we just have to accept that some of our more neckbeardy interests need to remain in the realm of the neckbeard, and that's okay. To demand more is to be, such as in the case of the shill, greedy, and we should not be. So everyone's entitled to like or not like whatever they want for any reason. Whether I agree with those reasons or not. Catching up on the chat. Yeah, Joseph, great point. When you explain what happened after every episode, that would be the Acolyte. There's something wrong. That, seriously, Leslie Headland needed to shut up. She needed to shut up. Like, every episode she'd trot out there and give another interview. What are you thinking? You're making this worse. I think that Leslie Headland is her own worst enemy. She's not a professional. I have no respect for her as a creative. I think she did not know at all how to run a show. I don't think she knew at all how to write. She wrote one of the most incoherent pieces of writing I've ever seen. And rather than take on board the breadth of the criticism and consider what in her craft might require improvement, she went out and looked for sycophantic media to affirm her. And it's pathetic, quite frankly. And it means that she is dog shit, and she will remain dog shit because she's chosen to be delusional rather than to be a professional. And that's on her. That's on her. Why, thank you, Wrangler. Shouting out my book, Blood and Oak, Wolves Will Eat by the good captain himself. In fact, Wrangler, if I dare indulge, I have the trailer. I have the promo. This video is sponsored by the High Seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare, set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodanoak.com. And when you get there, ahoy! Thank you. Thank you, Captain. That will do. Bloodanoak.com. Check it out. And there's even gay characters in it, Kahuna. So it may not be your cup of tea. They're supporting characters. Moving. What else do we have? I mean, we are talking about men at sea, but in any case, Joseph says he doesn't remember the last episode of The Acolyte. I don't blame you. I think we're caught up. We're pretty much caught up. Fu Man Blues says more Star Trek talk. Janeway was an adjustment, but I was fine with her eventually. God, could you imagine the first female Star Trek captain made now? Like, if it were the... Well, that's the thing. Obviously, Michael Burnham, they turned her into total space Jesus. God, she is such a ridiculous character, Michael Burnham. But back then, they were very conscious of the fact that this is the first female captain, and will she be rejected? And Kate Mulgrew took very seriously the mantle of, like, I've got to live up to the archetype of a Starfleet captain. But back then, they had the workman mindset of, like, we just got to get to work and make this worth watching. And they did. And they treated Janeway the same way they treated every other Star Trek captain, basically. She basically was what every Star Trek captain was up until the Kurtzman era, which is they had principles. They were the most competent officer on the ship. They had responsibilities. It was, there was often debate and disagreement, but at the end of the day, the captain made a final decision. And they earned the trust and respect of their officers. They were the best of the best, among the best of the best. That's what a Starfleet captain is. And probably most importantly, they carried the torch of the Federation's ideals wherever they went. And I think that's and I think that Kate Mulgrew accomplished all of that. And to this day, I really like that. And I have my critiques of all of the Star Trek captains. All of them have little things here and there that I don't like. But at the end of the day, Kirk, Picard, Sisko, Janeway, and Archer were all carrying the banner of Federation principles. And that's what I like about them. Quite frankly, James Edward Olmos as Commander Bill Adama in Battlestar Galactica was very much like a Star Trek captain. Obviously, a less utopian one. He was more of a, hard-nosed military commander. But the way that he led his people, through inspiration and leadership, and he earned their trust and their affection. They called him the old man affectionately. I loved all of that. Bill Adama is a brilliant character, and he's very much worthy of a Star Trek captain. I love, and Edward James Olmos turned in one of the finest freaking performances you've ever seen as that character. Just absolutely brilliant. Some of his ideas for like new Battlestar stories were wackadoodle, but that's okay. I don't need my actors to also be great writers. But he was passionate. He was passionate about his character, and I appreciate that. Of course, the entire cast of the BSG Reimagined were awesome. Just awesome. Of course, James Callis as Baltar was one of the best things ever. I love Gaius Baltar in that series. He's so good. He's always got a guilty look on his face, no matter what's happening. Someone will say like, yes, he'll just hear his name, Baltar. What? I didn't do anything. I love that. I love that. He's such a great character. Let's see here. Well, it doesn't come to that, Ultimate Kahuna. Look, listen. Anyone or anything that exists in a story I write, there's always reasons for why they're there, and there's always and listen, I do my best. I'm not going to claim that I'm 100% plausible in everything I write, because without a time machine, I can't be quite that accurate. But I do my best to make sure that everything in my universe is grounded. So all I will say is that how they survive in that world is appropriate for the time and the culture in which they live. But the interesting thing, though, Ultimate Kahuna. Believe it or not, the Barbary Coast at that time, while very much dominated by Islamic culture, was actually very much more permissive socially at that time than really the American world was. So interestingly enough, there were actually a lot of Europeans that voluntarily moved to the Barbary Coast because there were just certain things that were more permitted there than elsewhere in the world. However, drinking alcohol was absolutely not tolerated in the Barbary Coast, and so what was very common there was smoking tobacco and drinking thick black coffee throughout the day, which I certainly approve of drinking coffee throughout the day. That's right here. It's my lucky coffee cup. So some of the things you find in the Blood and Oak world may surprise you, but I promise you, they're more founded in history than you would think. Yeah, Fu Man Blue almost killed it in that show, Battlestar Galactica, top shelf cinematic performances. His friendship with Saul Tigh throughout that series is so damn awesome. I love, particularly because of how human it is. They are just best friends, but they are often a pain in each other's ass because of their different problems. Like Saul Tigh, I love Saul Tigh. He's a great first officer. He's a terrible commanding officer. And I think that's great. I think that's a great element of his character, that like, yes, he's really good as a second in command. He's excellent even. He's exactly what you need in a second in command. But the minute he becomes the commanding officer, he screws everything up because he's too much of a martinet. Like you want the crew to be kind of afraid of the XO, but kind of love the captain, right? Which is basically what Saul Tigh sets up for Adama. It's like, oh yeah, I'm the bad cop, you're the good cop. The problem is when Tigh becomes the commander, he's now the bad cop and he's in charge. And he becomes more bad cop, and it's bad for morale, and it winds up inflaming delicate situations. Such a brilliant work of writing is that show, despite its flaws. Joseph says, Battlestar Galactica was incredible. The theme song was legendary. Remember Lorne Greene as the captain? I don't. If you're referring to the original, I'm a little out of my depth. I'm talking of the reimagined series, but Lorne Greene as the captain. Wait. Oh, wait. I think I know who you're talking. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. No, that was the original series. Never mind. Sorry. I know. Don't skewer me too hard for this, but I like the reimagined series. I'm not wild about the original series, but I enjoy the thematic elements of the original series, which then informed the reimagined series. So there you go. Wrangler says Sully does piss in the Persian's Wheaties quite a bit. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Sullivan pisses in everyone's Wheaties. He's kind of that sort of character. He is a he's kind of a rebel no matter where he goes. And he's always going to buck the system. He's a firebrand, so to speak. That is Sully's biggest failing. That would be my main character in Blood and Oak. I would say Sully's greatest flaw is that he is deeply emotionally attached to people he cares about, and he demands justice for anyone he cares about. Like he has an almost deranged need for justice to be served to anyone in his life, and it winds up getting him in a lot of trouble. It gets him in a lot of trouble. And it's kind of an unrealistic way of going through the world, quite frankly. He's kind of unrealistic in what he expects from other people in terms of like justice and fairness and so forth. He's not idealistic because his friend Ethan is actually idealistic. His friend Ethan believes in like high-minded ideals and principles. Sully lives by his gut instinct, his gut instinct. But his gut instinct takes immediate offense if someone is done wrong. And he immediately is kind of obsessed with righting that wrong if it's someone he cares about. Sometimes someone he doesn't even care about. And it's to his detriment. But it's also what makes him kind of visionary, because he's willing to try for victory in a situation where everyone else would admit defeat. And it's kind of his superpower as a character. But it's also his curse. So, what's interesting? You could ask me anything about any of my characters, and I could immediately answer it for you. And what's funny to me is whenever I listen to Leslie Headland being interviewed about her characters, what do you think was the motivation when Osha did this? Or why do you think Chimera does that? And she would always yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that this and this and that. And I'm like, what? You don't know? How can you not know? These are your characters. And so that's what tells me that she really is a terrible writer. Like, she's a terrible writer. Because I've sat in writing rooms with people like, writing groups and things like that with amateur writers of all different types who have never even published a word. Written a lot, but not published anything. I've talked with published authors as well on the regular. And there's not one of them, even the ones I didn't think were that talented, there's not one of them that I couldn't immediately ask a direct question about their character's motivation, and most of the time they could tell me. The only time they couldn't tell me was when they weren't quite yet decided. They were still working on a piece for their story, and they hadn't quite figured it out yet, and that's fine. That's fair. I wouldn't hold that against anyone. But literally, like, if it was a finished chapter and they're proud of it, there is not one writer I've ever met that I couldn't just directly say, well, when your character did this, what were they thinking? Why did they do that? So, and they would have an answer, is my point. So when I hear someone like Leslie Headland struggling to answer what her character's motivation was, what? Literally, what? You're in the wrong business, babe. You know what I mean? So yeah, no. I can tell you the motivations of every single character, episode by episode, for Battlestar Galactica Reimagined, because I love those characters so much. I could sit here and tell you their backstory. How can Leslie Headland not be able to answer that for Osha or Chimera? How is that possible? Other than her being a really stupid writer who's in the wrong business. Now, listen, I say that not just because it's a lack of talent. I say that because that's a lack of interest. If you're not curious about your own characters, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? The entire point of writing a character is to discover them, to discover who they are, to discover what makes them tick, to discover what they want and what's important to them, to watch them struggle to achieve the thing that they dream. If that's not why you're writing, why are you writing? That doesn't make any sense at all to me. So it is incomprehensible that if I had written a character like Chimera, there is no scenario where someone asks me, what's he thinking in this scene? And I don't have an answer. Like, never. There's never going to be a scene where I don't have an answer for that. What was he thinking when he said this? What was he thinking when he hid his identity from OSHA? Like, I'd have an answer for all of that. Or else I wouldn't have written it. You know what I mean? It's just funny. It's just funny to me. Yeah, I could tell you what motivates every single character, great or small, in my novel, and I'm very proud of that, if you can't tell. Ultimate Kahuna correctly observes you can't really be friends when you're in charge, at least not in the same way. Yeah, like, and by the way, this is something that modern Kurtzman Star Trek does not understand. It's one of the greatest problems with Kurtzman Trek, is that everybody on those ships, they're friends, and they all have good cries together, and they're all, you know, that's ridiculous in a military chain of command. You cannot have, now, granted, the original Star Trek series, the captains are definitely friendlier with their crew than they would be in, say, a real-world command situation. But still, you know, Kirk, you know, Picard, Sisko, etc., they maintain a healthy remove from their subordinates. Like, they know, like Janeway herself. In fact, by the way, I give Kate Mulgrew great credit for this. They wanted to ship Janeway with Chakotay. They wanted to ship Janeway with Chakotay, and Kate Mulgrew refused. Kate Mulgrew said, no, Janeway is never going to have a romantic involvement with anyone on the ship. Never. And she said that's because Janeway would never fraternize with the crew. It would undermine her as a character because, especially for a woman, that's Mulgrew's opinion, especially for a woman, it would undermine her to be romantically involved with a man on the ship. And in terms of her authority, her rank, and so forth. And regardless of whether I totally agree with her on that reasoning, and I'm not sure if I do or not, quite frankly, I do agree she was right about that. Like, Janeway should not have a romantic relationship with Chakotay. It would destroy her credibility as an officer. And I think Star Trek was very good about that. Yes, the captains would have a personal friend among the crew. Obviously, Spock and Kirk. Picard became really good friends with Riker. Also, Data. You had, you know, Trip had a personal friendship with Archer. That was fine, but even in those relationships, there would come a point where it's like, fall in line. I'm your captain. This isn't a debate, you know. So, very good observation, Kahuna. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, even Sully's friends sometimes wish they didn't know him. Yeah, he's a bit of a mess at times, definitely. But he's a hell of a lot of fun. Dude is a handful. I know, I get that a lot. He's an energetic guy. He's an energetic guy. I'm very interested to discover how he is in the third book. I sense he's definitely gonna be at a different stage of development as a character, in which is kind of obvious, but I'm trying not to like swerve into just telling you. But yeah, he's definitely changed. Because in the first two books, he had something that was animating him that he no longer has in the third book, and I think you're going to find that leaves him as a very, very different in many ways. So I'm excited to work on that. Fu Man Blue says his one-track mind reminds me of Luffy. Well, that is a hell of a compliment, I have to tell you, because Luffy from One Piece is a phenomenal character. And a great captain, as it turns out. Basing if the live action series is any judge, I'm telling you, the scene where Zoro wakes up from his semi coma and just tells Luffy, I will follow you. You are my captain forever. I mean, brought a tear to my eye. I mean, it was powerful. Then that's because of what happened before that. Luffy earned his respect and trust by standing by him when he was insisting on fighting the greatest swordsman in the world, which was what was it? Hawk something was his. What was the name of that character? Mihawk. That's right, Mihawk. When Zoro stood toe to toe with Mihawk, and everyone wanted Luffy to talk him out of it, and Luffy said, and Luffy wanted to. Luffy's like, yeah, I don't want him to die either, but this is his dream, to prove himself to be the greatest swordsman in the world. And they're like, he's gonna die. He's like, I cannot interfere with his dream. And it's like that act of loyalty on Luffy's part proved to Zoro that he was a great leader and earned his respect. And it's like, and in that moment when Zoro says, like, I'm your man, you're my captain forever. That was when Luffy most needed that. That's when Luffy most, at his lowest point, he needed that. And it came at just the perfect time. It's great. Fantastic. So a very dear compliment indeed. Wrangler says, flaw and strength. He's kind of like Happy Gilmore. His emotions are a double-edged sword. Yeah, I mean, that's by design. I often, you never want to have a Mary Sue character. John is very good at a lot of things. And so I viewed it as he's got to pay a price. He's got to pay a price for that. He demands justice, and he has to pay a price for that. I mean, he's almost like a Western hero. He's almost like a John Wayne, Clint Eastwood character. Not quite, because those characters are not fit for society. That's the important thing. Pale Ryder saves the day, but then he's got to go. He's got to go because he's not fit for civilization. And John Sullivan is this close. He's this close to being that character. So in my view, the fact that he is so good at certain things, that comes with a curse. That comes with a curse. And some of my readers don't like it. Some of my readers are like, John pisses me off. And I'm like, well, the alternative is, in my view, he's a Marty Stew. But don't worry. I listen to people. I hear what they say. It's fascinating. People have different takes on my characters than I do, oftentimes, which I like. I find that intriguing. It's one of the reasons why I think that people like Amanda Stenberg insisting that they not be criticized is odd to me, because you created a work of art. Don't you want people to be free to experience it? Don't you want to hear how they experience it? Don't you think you should sometimes be surprised by their experience? Well, no. I guess she doesn't. Goodbye, Nick. Goodbye, Swords and Starships. Great show. Catch you again next week. Well, thank you, Nick. I definitely appreciate it. Thanks for being here, everybody. Super appreciate it. It might seem like an obvious point, but it actually is pretty germane to, her meaning Leslie Headland. Her motivation was identity checkboxes. I guess I feel inclined to extend. I put myself in her shoes as a writer. You know what I'm saying? So I feel inclined to imagine that Leslie Headland, she says that this work was her ultimate dream. This was her masterpiece. This was her Ninth Symphony, Acolyte. And I can only be tempted to take her at her word and therefore put myself in her shoes and say, okay, you're saying this is your Ninth Symphony, but you can't answer basic questions about your character's motivations. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know what your characters think? It's a rhetorical question, because if you're an actual writer, of course you do. But to your point, Wrangler, no, she didn't care about any of that. She just wanted to make her diversity showcase, which is possible. But she sure does talk an awful lot like she's a writer who's proud of being a writer and her work, and she's created all these characters that... listen, if you watch the show, it's no surprise that she can't answer any questions about her character's motivations, because her characters change their motivations from second to second in the show. So 1 minute, Osha is horrified that all her best friends have been murdered. The next minute, she's thirsting for some Darth, you know what. So, which, God, that is so beyond creepy. That is so sleazy. It's sleazy. You know what I mean? You're thirsting for the dude that just butchered poor Yord, that tried to save your life. Dude, Yord went out like a bee. I didn't see that coming. I really didn't. And I don't mean that in a good way. I do not mean that in a compliment. Oh, that was such a great surprise. Ultimate Kahuna says, I could do the same for Firefly. Yeah, oh yeah, explaining all the motivations, 100%. 100%. Wrangler gotta run. We'll see you next time, Wrangler. Hail the Iron Age. God bless. God bless to you, sir. And there he goes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Producer, if you would be so kind. Oh, wait. Hey, there's that. There it is. Yeah, we have come to the end of another voyage. Now, Kahuna. Now, Kahuna. Well, I mean, well, you're right. You know, the words of George McFly. Well, you're right. Well, you're right. They're big mad, folks. They're big mad, the Acolyte Shills, that we're happy. That, you know, the dirty little secret is we're not happy that Star Wars is in ruins. Ruins. We're not happy about that. But we make the best of a bad situation, don't we? That's something the Shill will never understand. Pray for them, folks. Pray for them. They suffer. Well, that is the Captain's Cast for this Sunday, Year of Our Lord 2024, September 8th. I am... No, you're not wrong. Of course you're not wrong, Kahuna. We are live on YouTube, X, and Rumble. We'll be here next Sunday, same bat time, same bat channel. We have a good time, don't we? Don't we have a good time? There will be more news, more fresh hell to critique. Beetlejuice, good movie. Go see it. I'm happy to say it's a pretty good movie, solid effort. And until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying I will see you out there.